It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be like my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth on trial. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth on wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth on wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth on wild. Living wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Damn it, yeah.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. You know what that means. Your boy Phil is in the house. Can I get a yeet? And boy, do we have a fun show. We got a lot to get to today, like a lot. We were going to go on Twitch for the first time, but you're not allowed to say virgin or incel, and we're dealing with a bunch of virgins and incels. There you go, YouTube, 7 minutes in, and we're already dropping it. But tonight, so we're going to have to not go on Twitch. That'll be Saturday's show. Tonight, I have two very special guests. One for sure. One is I was talking to last night, and he's like, for sure. But Joey Numbers and Awful Wrestling will be joining us here tonight in just a moment. We actually have one waiting in the wings here. I see it. Here's the Dynamite card. And I thought, fuck it, we'll break Twitter. If you guys are listening over on X or Twitter, come on over to YouTube. That's where the fun's at. That's where the party's at. So head over there. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes, YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. I'm at ProWrestleTimes on all social media, Twitch included. So ProWrestleTimes is my username. I'm on Xbox too. If you guys want to ProWrestleTimes, then add me up or whatever. And yeah, we're gonna start playing 2K and streaming some 2K and stuff like that here and there, very sporadically. Okay, just whenever I have the actual time. We have a gang of news to get to. I struggled on what to make the thumbnail, so I just went to Dave. When in doubt, Dave it out, okay? So we went with Dave, and but really, there's Booker T Swerve, there's Saraya news, there's someone pointed out that Lillian Garcia's podcast with Chris Van Vliet fucking outdrew Ospreys, which I thought was fun. We have tons of AEW news, like an insane amount. We have numbers that were rebuked, debunked, faked, made up, perhaps. We don't know. What else do we got? Yeah, sickos galore, all the good stuff you guys love. And yeah, check me over at Phil Marks Out as well, where I mark out about everything else besides wrestling. Okay. And yeah, that's all my plugs. Okay, they're out of the way. 99 cents for a membership. Also, super chats welcome. We got a jam-packed show, so if you have something that really needs to be seen, I love checking in with chat. You guys know that. But tonight, more than likely, you're going to need a super chat, or else I'm not even going to see that shit. Hopefully not, though. Top mod of the Top Pod, vintage George Captures in there. If you got any questions, he'll get them to me. Joining me now on the show, the Miggity Mac Daddy himself of haters. The hating at Silky Johnson of fucking haters here when it comes to pro wrestling. Awful Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen. Awful Wrestling is here. Round of applause.
I hate all of you motherfuckers.
I hope all of you motherfuckers get cancer. I hate you, and I hope you die.
Peace in the chat. Peace going. What's going on, Phil?
Man, it's been a minute. It's been a while. Actually, I don't think it has been. I think we've linked up quite a bit. Yeah, recently. So that's good. But I'm just glad you're here.
We dated last Saturday.
Yeah. You know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So I just DM'd you right away. I'm like, dude, you got to come on. There's all this crazy AEW shit going on. I want your take on it. Who else but the Grinch of pro wrestling himself, Awful Wrestling, do we want to, or to indie wrestling at least, bro? Joining us also, though, do you like soup, Awful?
I certainly do.
Excellent. Well, I like soup. I like, there's a number of soups I like. Joe Numbers soups I like. That's terrible. Joey Numbers from Wrestling Soup in the building as well. Joey, how you doing?
Here I am. I'm here. Rock you like a hurricane. What's going on, guys?
What's happening?
I mean, my God. Apparently, I've been a little bit out of the loop for the past couple of days, and AEW has been imploding on the internet. So sometimes you got to call in the big guns here.
Yeah, dude. I called in the big dogs for this one here. The holy trinity of assholes towards AEW, I guess. I don't know. But we're going to, first and foremost, guys, Dynamite is on tonight, so we have to give it its due.
We better rush. We better rush then. We
better rush through this stuff so we can catch Moxley and Shafir versus Strickland and Willow Nightingale. Okay. Will Ospreay returns tonight. We also get Timeless Tony Storm versus Penelope Ford. Okay. We have the return there. Cope versus Claudio, right?
Can't wait.
So this will be a great SmackDown match you'd have gotten 5 years ago. And the 2025 Owen Hart Foundation tournament bracket is announced.
Oh. It hasn't already been announced? That's
No.
just tonight? Oh, okay.
Who's your front runner to win that, Awful?
Shit. Bret Hart, of course.
At this point, he's the most over heel in AEW right now. So we're going to get into that as well. That's the card, guys. I got to scroll all the way down. It's big, Paul Bunyan, mighty scrolls today. Because we got to go to the bottom. What happened here in Phil Marks' bookmarks? Oh, but before we get in, sorry, I have to do this before we get into all of the news. I got to read some fucking super chats. I'm sorry, guys. David Carradine's Closet for 2 says, have a good show, guys. Going to be catching it later. Okay, excellent. David Carradine's Closet, one of the most savage names on YouTube, by the way. For 5 says, one more before I'm out. How did WWE manage to fumble the women's division across all 3 shows going into WrestleMania Stand and Deliver? We're going to talk about that later, okay? We got some AEW action to get to. Miss October 30 says, good news, chat and Phil. Drum roll, please. Okay. Here. I passed my radiation health and safety exam. Well, I told you were going to do it. It was like your 5th time's the charm. I pray to God you don't ever have to look over. I don't need radiation health and safety from. No, I'm just joking. We love you here. Round of applause. You crushed it. And thank you so much, Miss October 30. I told you were going to do it. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 says, motherfuck Tony. Motherfuck Dynamite. We can, dude, we're like 15 minutes into the show here. I don't know how many of these I can get away with. Motherfuck AEW, yo, and here comes my left blow.
All right, Easy E. We got it.
Exactly.
We got it. Yep.
Just go hard in the paint there, dude. He just threw the dubs up on us, man. Stands for West Side Wrestling Entertainment, I think is what he's riding for. That's what he's a tribalist for. Okay, so this is what we have to get to, guys. I'll play a Ichi ni Sanda. It's like the main event first because we just can't wait. I was almost going to do a run-in over this shit. Excellent. So an Ichi ni Sanda for AEW news. So BJ Bethel, lifelong friend, I guess, of Tony Khan. At least that's the rumors. People say they traded tapes and like playing cards and shit back in the day. I don't know. So BJ Bethel, very heavily AEW biased. That's entirely fine. But he tweets this out. Exclusive. AEW streaming numbers on Max average around 80% of live cable numbers, pushing total viewership to 1 million. And just like that, the fucking IWC went crazy. They lost their fucking minds, right? And so these numbers surpass those of like AEW, of course, but like NBA, NFL, things like that. And they expect, and Dave was already apparently proven wrong when he was trying to say it was a 30% increase, let alone 80% of the cable numbers, whatever. I don't know, man. What do you guys make of this? I read the article and he's like actual numbers you guys can see in big letters there. I read the article. Basically, there's an update in it as well saying like, well, the numbers are actually not quite 80%. We're working with janky math essentially, right? Like the numbers change week to week. So it's not actually, so we don't know. This is all just invisible. And he doesn't even say someone from Warner Bros. Discovery told me this. He's like, someone corroborated this like funky math.
Why do these people keep pretending like they actually have some sort of insight? They're journalists. There's anything to it. It's, breaking news. My grandma says I'm handsome. It's like, who gives a shit? Who gives two shits at this point? I mean, honestly, maybe if it's cracking 1 million, so it's just a little less of a dismal failure. Is that what we're talking about? Like,
well, it means the feelings restored, Joe. It means that they're coming back. That AEW is back, man, and the feelings restored, and we're gonna get 2020 back. That's what it means to them.
The feelings restored. It's where. I mean, I honest to God have stopped.
In my fingers, bruv. I return tonight.
And what is that feeling anyway? Apathy?
Yeah, right. What's the feeling? Mild concern for everybody involved in the company that someday they might be worth something somewhere else. I don't know what it is.
Target.
Every single week, I feel like this company is just becoming more and more and more irrelevant. So when they do something like, we swears it, more people are watching than the show than they were a month or 6 months prior. Who is believing this? Why would anybody believe it? And what is this? This BJ Bethel guy? It's like, it's an old pal of Tony Khan.
Yeah.
This is baby shit, right? Like, this is for babies. I know I say it all the time, and it's become cliche, but somebody once again saying like, your grandma says you're a handsome boy, you're a big, strong boy. It's like, that's what this feels like. That's
Hercules.
Yeah. You're just no, Tony, you're not wasting hundreds of millions of dollars. You're just big boned. Like,
that's what I mean. Even if it is $1 million, what does that mean ultimately? Because all that happens is that Max, like, they already paid to get AEW on there. So I guess if you want to say like, it means that they're back and there's more intrigue behind it. Sure. But where does this janky math come from? This is exactly what Meltzer does. And I believe it comes from Meltzer because Meltzer jumped to this guy's defense like a rabid cat in an alley. I don't know. Meltzer said what posted this, though, speaking of Meltzer. F4W's pushing more fake AEW Dynamite Max numbers while simultaneously stating they don't know the numbers, have no proof of the numbers, and have no baseline comparison of the Max numbers. Incredible journalism. And so, like, F4W online, yes, close to 1 million with Max. So they're in a live chat, and whoever's running the F4W live chat said that. And MJ from NJ says BJ Bethel's source is a Wrestling Observer radio chat on YouTube. He's literally making up a story to get others. So I guess Bethel attributed it to this. I don't fucking know, man. It's pretty crazy.
Dude, he attributed it to headcanon. He sat up one night and was just like, because remember, he's the only one dangling this carrot. No one has verified or even like been like, hey, the man's right. No one's done that. So yeah, this is all headcanon shit. Very coincidentally, on the same week that Collision does another terrible number, on the same week where Texas's All In has to be moved up from 8 p.m. to 2 p.m. because of the Saturday night's main event lineup happening that same day. So, yeah, anything to deflect, to distract, to obfuscate. Here we are.
How about just the fact that if you're going to make lies, why don't you just make them impressive?
Right. How about that?
That's
Say
another
3 million. Like, what's
Yeah.
the point, dude? And
If
you
you're
know
gonna
it's not-
lie,
Right.
just make it worth it. Like,
Right. The big lie.
Yeah, and you know it's not true because like Tony Khan would be touting this shit. He'd be like, "Oh my god, he hasn't been on Twitter in like 2 days other than to be like, hey, Dynamite's on tonight." He'd be like, "We're doing 1 million on Max." You know, he'd be saying that shit.
Yeah.
So that's how you know automatically it's bogus.
He
and
paid
not
that
just-
man off.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you my shiny Charizard if you make sure to write a good article.
I just can't fathom anybody still tuning in and being excited and interested in this. I mean, of course, the thing is, whenever you mention AEW now, it's always back to some level of WWE. Well, you WWE loyalist, or you just suck off WWE or whatever.
Right.
I'm like, there's a dozen shows that WWE puts out, and every one of them accidentally is more interesting to me than these AEW shows. You know, like the what's it called, the Evolve show. I'd rather watch a bunch of green 22-year-olds try to figure out what wrestling is in a soundstage. At least then it's, hey, we're just over here trying our best, instead of tens of millions of dollars spent on complete, absolute delusional fucking marks, top to bottom, and they're pretending, LARPing that they're being successful, and then putting out feelers for the concept of they're getting as many views as Dr. Pimple Popper. It's not anything that's worth nothing that's worth your eyes, nothing that's really worth your time. That's the unfortunate thing.
So this thing broke the internet. Yeah, I'm positive though Tony Khan traded like, this is my best All Japan female division tape. You better take good care of it, okay? Just write that good story.
Is BJ Bethel in the tri-state area?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, if he is, I believe he got paid off with some dynasty tickets in Philly.
Oh shit.
Well, I mean, it's not really paying off something if somebody's giving it
True.
away for free,
Right.
anyways. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, free torture rack over here.
Wait, did you pay him off with sunshine? Is that what it was? Well, they're giving it away. It's not of any value. No, but that's what it is. It's just you end up in this position where you have people like that. This is an old friend of Tony Khan, so Tony gets to play, and his friends get to play too, and then the other people that knew him through the grapevine also get to play. And you thought that this would start to dissipate by year 6, but it seems to be continuing to be so. So odd.
The TV Grim Reaper posted this, the Nielsen gauge. So they don't have anything to do with wrestling, okay? And we covered this chart before, but here's the Nielsen gauge. So this is what like Meltzer and them use all the time. They're always talking about Nielsen, even though Netflix is like, well, we use Video Amp or whatever the fuck. But just look at Max, right? So they're like a 1.2% of like the streaming. You know what I mean? So even if you narrow it down to Nielsen, it's like if Nielsen was registering 500,000 people watching AEW on Max, and again, this isn't to like disprove it, none of that shit. Meltzer plays with charts and all the numbers and everything. Okay, so I'm just following that, and I'm just being objective, so nobody fucking accuse me of shit. So you look at Max, it's like if they had 500,000 people watching anything, that'd be crack their top 10. You have to believe that. No? Am I wrong about that? I mean, I'm not a numbers guy. Like,
no, you'd be correct.
Oh.
Yeah, like, I mean, people smarter than me have definitely, well, I mean, here, Switchblade points it out. Netflix, Max, and Peacock viewing share of Feb 2025, according to Nielsen. Max share is down 0.1% year on year. Peacock is up 0.1%. Netflix share is up 0.4%. In other words, Max is down 7.7 over the last however long. WBD is just hurting. Peacock is up 7. So I don't know. This was just from before. I keep this chart to remind us, like, this is what they like to talk about is Nielsen. Here's what Nielsen's saying. Like, the number one show on Max isn't even touching Netflix just based off how much people are watching it, essentially. I don't know. Moving along. So Switchblade posts this, okay? And he again, this is why I support this. And a lot of people jumped at me when I quote tweeted this, or I put this under something I said about this whole situation.
Yeah, dude, did you see his quote tweets? Holy cow, they hated him.
They want this guy's head, dude, on a stake.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is like, at least, here's the whole thing, right? Meltzer just says shit. And so a bunch of people were like, well, this is nothing. He pulled this out of thin air. Thank you for proving the fucking point. At least he's being objective and showing his math, though, or at least showing some estimation on numbers. And if you ask him about any one of these things, he will get into more detail with you of how he came up with it. Unlike fucking Meltzer and these other people who don't do that. Okay. And here's the thing. If you want to say this is nothing list pulled out of nowhere, then exactly you prove the point. So is Dave, so is BJ Bethels. And that's the point I'm making. Okay. However, this guy,
I think Switchblade is over the target, to be quite honest with you. Yeah. It's too much research. It's too concise. It's too logical. It makes sense. And you should have, as you've seen, I don't know if you saw it, Joey, but the quote tweets, oh, this guy's a loser. He does nothing but do numbers all day. But what about Brandon Thurston? What about Dave Meltzer and his soy sauce colored hair? What about all these guys that spend all this time using data and statistics? But if a guy comes out of the woodwork, shows his work like every other elementary school teacher told you to do,
right,
he gets shit on. It's crazy. Amazing.
It is insane. It's really amazing how, oh yeah, look at the numbers. Like Bethel just goes, someone corroborated this shit I just pulled out of my ass. Amazing, bravo. See that, Fed Dorks, over 1 million viewership. But this guy does math. Oh, you're not allowed to do that math though. Oh, that math's not okay. You know, it's so fucking stupid.
Well, all this is saying at this point is it's just even lowballing or even possibly just kind of approximating something that honest people already know is happening.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Where they're, oh, well, that seems impossible. It's like, I don't think any of the things that I'm looking at on this list are pie in the sky.
Yeah, they're not, bro. So we're going to break this shit down, man. Like Switchblade says, it's estimated that AEW lost $77.5 million in 2024. This would be the biggest loss of any wrestling company in history in a single year as the new TV deal kicks in. If non-TV revenues and expenses stay the same, AEW should make an estimated $14 million profit in 2025. That makes sense to me. When I'm like, oh, they got Dave Meltzer saying they got this upwards $180 million deal. I'm like, okay, but the amount they've spent in the last 6 years, like if they get in the green this year, awesome. It's not hand over fist the way WWE is, like billions of dollars. Like they'll make 14 million. Okay, now they're in the green. They're talking, you know? But here's basically his detailed look at all of this. The TV rights. And again, I'm sure he's using, if you backtrack, I guarantee his math aligns with Meltzer's, where he's coming up with this like 87 million, because that's what Meltzer
Dude,
wants.
Every piece of evidence that he has in this thing comes from these so-called legitimate sources. They never once expected somebody to be so intrepid as to compile all the numbers from the last 3, 4, or 5 years, and it really scares the shit out of them.
So TV rights 87.6 million. You have pay-per-view 27.9. We'll just round it 28 million. You got 8 million for advertising and sponsorship. Live events 23.5 million. About 1 million advertising and sponsorship. Consumer products. So e-commerce, like he has it down to a T, right? 5.2 million venue merch, 5.7 million licensing, will just be 5.75, a high 0.75 million, you know, to pull a Dave Meltzer. Operating expenses, live event production is almost 100 million. Makes sense. Talent, 109 million. And this is the one everyone's hung up on. Oh, you think they spend 109 million on talent? Yes, bro. Yeah. That is being so generous. So again, to trudge over a bunch of shit we've already trudged through in PWT history. We've chronicled it here. You can go back. You guys know this. The Bucks say we both signed NBA level deals. This is a few years ago, unprecedented levels. Okay, so what is that, like 10 million then each? Mercedes Monet's in for 10 million, so the EVP's got to be more than that. We know that the whole Hurt Syndicate came in for 10 million. Apparently Fightful confirmed Okada's making 4.5 million. So it isn't Ospreay getting isn't Ospreay getting 8 million as well? That's like his overall over the years he's there.
Right.
It's like an 8 million total deal or whatever. So you guys, yes, and then that's not even talking about, Shelton Benjamin, MVP, Chris Jericho, Moxley, Edge, Danielson, Saraya. I know she's gone, but they still just paid her $1 million for the last year or whatever. That's all these people. And I know for a fact, and chat, from people who've jumped in the chat, there's motherfuckers who've been paid 6 figures to stand in the background and clap. Okay. Let's just put it that way. All right. So you guys got to understand. Yes, they are paying 100 million's like low. I'm like, oh, that's a fair, you know what I mean? Like that's like a low estimate. It wouldn't shock me if it was far more than that.
Well, this is the most interesting thing about the people that look at that and go, that's impossible. These are also the same. Oh God, I don't even know how to say this nicely, but these are also the same people who are just bragging and so excited about, well, they're going to have somewhere else to work.
And get paid so much money, and they're gonna make so much. Oh, you want them to not get paid money and shit? And it's like, okay, then why are you saying, oh no, fuck them, they get paid lower than that? Actually, you guys are dumb. They're not actually worth all this money. Like, is that what you guys are saying? I get.
It's the only metric. It's the only metric where AEW is competitive with WWE.
Right.
They outprice their talent, and WWE can't compete. But there's one thing, and I'm looking at this chart. I'm noticing some numbers here. I noticed the second lowest number, and it's logical, it makes sense, is in advertising and sponsorship. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I've been told that you want to spend a boatload of marketing because you get that money back due to the fact that you are now having brand awareness. People know what the hell you are. People know who you are. But they've only spent under $1 million on advertising and sponsorship. Like, give me a break.
Have you seen Will Ospreay?
Right.
He sells himself. Like this.
Yeah.
This is all underwear gnomes logic. That's all it is. Like, get Okada ? Success. That is what you're dealing with here. So when people have these conversations trying to relay some sort of business savvy to people that don't understand niche, smart Japanese wrestling television shows that draw 72,000 people are not worth the price of like a first round draft pick running back in the NFL. They're like baffled by this. They're like, wait, come on. Huh? How does that not translate? It's baby time. It's baby time. That's what people want to have the wrestlers look and appear and feel like big, successful stars that are in a big, successful wrestling company. And the second somebody goes, hey, wait a second, why is this person getting so much money? The first thing they want to do is go, well, what are you going to fucking pocket watch them? What do you want these wrestlers to starve? Do you want them to be poor?
Right.
And it's like, dude, believe me. And I always feel like I have to reiterate this on my own show very frequently. I'm not
Wrestling Soup, by the way. Go and subscribe and listen everywhere. Sorry.
Get over there. I constantly have to bring up the point. Like, I'm not against people. Like, what do you want the boys to not make money? And I'm like, yes, but there is this point where you go, what's the old saying there? Like the giving tree here. No, let me find a better analogy. You got the ocean, right? We can't pull all the fucking fish out of the ocean because then we'll get it all once. And then we're like, oh, now there's no more fish, right? Oh, we can get them all in one fell swoop, or, if we take a reasonable amount over time, we can continue to do that. But that's not the game ploy of professional wrestlers and what they've ever been, which is why it can't be run by a mark with a bottomless fucking bank account, because people are going to take advantage of them. And since most of these fans don't live in a fucking world where there's like money and numbers and cents and value, like there's no value of it to them. So they just go, whoa, the wrestlers, they're worth millions of dollars because I like them. I like them, so they're worth $1 million.
Right.
They're
One
worth
man's trash. one man's trash is another man's treasure, you know, like
Right,
you
right.
value, because people say, oh, they're overpaid, and it's like, well, that's subjective. It's like, I guess, right, if you have the money and you want Osprey that bad, you'll get Osprey, but then you can't get mad when people criticize you for not doing what you should have done, or like booking Osprey correctly and then saying, oh, that's too much money you paid for him if you're not gonna
Dude,
book him.
whatever happened to like, I'll pay you what you deserve? Whatever happened to that logic?
Yeah, well, there's a whole industry to this, and it once again goes back to anything money related, business related. It's called the price point. You know, there's what people are willing to pay based off the product, what it looks like, how it makes them feel, what they interpret as this is something that's worth spending X, right? So if you're in this position where you're going, hey guys, relax, Okada's making almost as much money as Roman Reigns, that's gonna confuse the shit out of people who've watched both things. But to a very small group of people, they go, well, yes, why, of course, that's the same thing. Okada and Roman Reigns are the same thing. And if you can fool them into believing that, then they go, well, I don't understand why no one else sees this. I don't understand why not everyone else.
I don't
One
understand.
guy ropes them in. The one guy ropes them in. The other guy runs people away. They're equal. Makes no sense.
So Switchblade here, man, he backs up all of his math pretty much, and he says, like, here's Dave Meltzer's highest estimate. That was 85. I'm giving them 87.6. He's even giving them more than even what Meltzer and them have estimated. You understand? So he's even being generous here with his math, and he backs it all up as best as he can. And I would love for Meltzer to do the same thread and just back your shit up, bud. That's all. And until then, we're going to keep this in the bookmarks and keep an eye on this.
Yeah, dude,
You know what I mean?
Dave ran from this tweet, by the way. Ran from it. He was tagged at least 6 times.
So I went incredibly viral. I don't know if you guys saw that shit, though. I've covered this a couple times, but just to sort of touch on what we were saying and people, you know, getting paid what they are. You know, Mercedes Monet said AEW has reignited my fire, passion, and deep-seated love of wrestling. And she's getting paid millions. Or I wrote, getting paid millions to never lose and have full creative control will do that. We got 11,000 likes and almost 600,000 impressions. It's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, just for like saying something offhand that like I wasn't even really dissing her. It's just an objective thing. Like I'd be happy too if I had, you know what I mean? That'd be amazing if I could do that. So I don't know, went incredibly viral. Just to add to what we were saying, to add some context here, the GOAT Bret Hart was on Ariel Helwani's show. Okay, and this is what he had to say about AEW and their wrestlers. Okay, this is the GOAT here. This isn't me taking fucking shots. This is here. I actually have a GOAT sound for the GOAT. Which, okay, here we go.
Do you watch the product now?
I try to. I do. I watch certain guys, and I try to watch the pay-per-views. I find in a lot of wrestlers, and I won't necessarily name anybody, but I find.
Now, to me, this feels like a criticism of all wrestling in general, no, at the start, but then he does go, and specifically in AEW, so he specifies more, but he starts out by just saying there's a lot of wrestlers, you know?
That's for sure. There are a lot of them.
Yeah.
I find that the wrestlers are more actors pretending to be wrestlers today than actual wrestlers. Like, I miss
like that Bill Goldberg, you know? That guy sucks.
The ruggedness of the characters, like you know, guys like Kurt Hennig and myself, or Dynamite Kid, or that whole era of wrestlers that, you know, broke into the business in the 70s or late 70s and early 80s. We kind of we were still we were from the Harley Race, Terry Funk kind of generation, trying to copy them or mimic them or, you know, top them. And I think that's why I still think the 90s was the best era of wrestling. You know, when I watch some of that old 90s,
ding 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 ding,
his earbud falls out.
Leave my man alone. Keep going.
I know, man. This fucking legend here, dude.
90s wrestling, it was really good. Really good stuff. And I find that today's wrestling it's a little bit more about promos and your character on TV, and not so much.
Bret Hart's. Sorry to interrupt, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll let you go, but listen, man, Bret Hart's promos and character was still better than like 90% of the shit we get on any program, So it's crazy. He's even saying that. What were you gonna say?
No, well, that's what the show is about for the most part now. I mean, WWE specifically, it's a talkie talk show. We know that.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not saying that like as like an arms crossed fucking smark being like, oh, it's a mandible wrestling, but it is. It's a character show. It's a character-based talk. What's going on? Who has what problems with who? That's 100% what it is. And AEW, like I said, I have barely watched it in months. I don't even find it worth.
Lucky you! Holy shit!
Yeah, dude, it's not even worth me watching to make fun of at this point. Because it's to what end? It's a parody of itself. At some point, watching that show is sort of like when, I'll date myself here a little bit, 10, 15 years ago, whenever, when you used to hear other grown-ass men be like, Justin Bieber, he sucks.
Yeah.
You're like, well, it's
the
not
guy who sings baby.
Yeah, it's not for you, other 30-year-old man, believe it or not.
Right.
Like, this is not for you. So this is my opinion on this. Well, nobody wants this for you. You don't want it for you. They don't want it for you. So why waste your fucking time?
Yeah.
But Bret Hart is saying, yeah, this is kind of what wrestling is now. So why am I this is Justin Bieber for Bret Hart. It's just going to be that way. He's a grizzled 60-something-year-old old Canadian man who had a dad that used to gouge people's eyes out. You'll have to
fish hook him.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive him if he's not particularly psyched on. What was one of the matches on the AEW card there?
John Moxley's spike back bump.
Yeah, for some reason that doesn't resonate with him, or I don't know, Swerve Strickland's drinking bleeding blood or stabbing a needle with any of this. Yeah, it's not for him. It's not for him.
What I find funny though is, Joe, is that I want your thoughts on this. Like a lot of some of the sickos, as they dub themselves, right? So they are like fan-splaining wrestling to what is considered one of the realest and greatest technical wrestlers of all time. And they're the fucking company that, and they're the company that apparently are like the real wrestling fans. We love real wrestling. Bret Hart's like the realest wrestler, right? And now they're going to explain to him what the fuck wrestling is and stuff. Like, what do you make of all that, Awful?
It's hilarious. This man has been in numerous WrestleMania main events. He's done over 30 years of professional wrestling. Probably one of the greatest professional wrestlers that you'll ever see. And you've got Air Gold telling this man what's what, as far as, you know what I mean? Like, who are you, dude? You're in some fucking third world shit. Oh, excuse me. You're somewhere else. And this man is on Aerial Hawaii. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, come on now. These people who are talking about Bret Hart tells you everything you need to know. The man just simply stated his opinion. And I like what you said, Joey. This product isn't for us or Bret Hart. It's for the younger people. But guess what? Come Thursday, the young people of America will speak because AEW will not hit over 700,000. And by the way, isn't it funny how last week it was all about WBD doesn't give a shit about what people think about the online chatter considering ratings. And now this week it's, hey, we're almost at 1 million.
Yeah, I know.
What's Max numbers? Crazy.
It's amazing to me that people are still watching anything with Bret Hart and allowing themselves to not, like, they're shocked that he doesn't like the things that they like.
Yeah.
They're just blown away. Like, what?
And all the people though saying he's like on a WWE Legends deal too, though. They're like, well, he's just saying this because he's on a Legends deal now. And
you think he gives a shit?
Yeah, like this guy who fucking is still trash WWE, like he's done it to this day, man. You catch him on one of those
fucking hate Hunter.
Dude, he doesn't give a shit, man. You mean the guy who punched Vince and didn't give a fuck, like doesn't care,
Right.
has always said this type of stuff. And I mean, it's just ridiculous to think
Told
that
Hunter he's a piece of shit.
Yeah,
You know,
like
come on.
it's insane, man. It's insane to think that a Legends deal is going to entice him. They're all the same. Like, do you think it's this astronomical amount of money? Like, he gets to be in the video game. They get to make shirts with his fucking name on it. He gets a cut of it. Like, and they're the biggest marketing merch machine. Like, a huge part of WWE is moving merch. So it's just crazy to me. They think like a Legends deal would make him keep it real. You guys love it when he's like Goldberg was shit and Eric Bischoff's a clown. You guys love that, but then you fucking hate it when he's like, well, in AEW, they're a bunch of dirt bags and lily pickers.
Dude, there is, like I said, there is no way that anybody that's just being honest with themselves thinks that he is seeing John Moxley and going, yeah, that's it. Right. That's the guy. Like, why? You don't need people to agree with you. Just like it. Just like the shitty thing. That to me is one of the biggest problems that has been following AEW and pro wrestling probably for the last decade. And by the way, I mean, I've been around on the internet for wrestling, or even in, whatever you want to say, for a quarter of a century. And never now more than ever in recent years has it been this thing where you just can't like it. Everybody has to agree that it's fantastic. Everyone has to agree. Everybody has to agree with you that this is the best. And not only that, but 65-year-old men who there's no chance in hell that they could care less about what you like. It's like, oh, man, they better agree. They better think this is real good. They better love every minute of this. Like, I just don't see where this happens outside of the wrestling sphere. I'm not sure if this is an occurrence. I don't know if 20-something-year-old college girls demand their grandmothers like Chapel Rowan. But that's a wrestling.
I don't even know who that is. Everybody talks about her. I see her online. I'm like, I don't know. I couldn't name you one song. I don't even.
Well, you know what, dude? That's just because
I'm 33, bro. Like, I'm not.
Well, that's just because you're on Lady Gaga's payroll.
Yeah,
like, you just don't know. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's not. It's not for most people, and that's where when you get these, I can't believe that Bret Hart doesn't like this. Why? Why? What did you think he was going to do? It's the same thing as like when Undertaker was a MAGA guy or is a MAGA guy. And people go, Undertaker's a MAGA guy? He's a guy in his 50s from Texas. Did you think he was a Bernie, bro? That rides motorcycles? What did you think he was going to be? Do you think
or when he said he was back in the day when there was guns in the locker room, everyone got triggered. It's like, well, that's what it was back then. Like, I don't understand why that triggers people.
These people drove around. They drove around the country in rental cars
with bags full of money and fucking stinky wrestling gear in a duffel bag. You know what I mean, dude? It's crazy to think like, they had guns, dude. It was the Wild West. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, people used to sit around and drink and have conversations, shit like that. Sometimes it wouldn't go well.
Read a book.
Because the people on the internet that when someone's like, hey, I don't like the same wrestling as you, and it's like, you're mentally ill and scary. That used to be people sitting at a VFW and they would want to hurt you because you looked at them the wrong way and you were in the middle of nowhere. And sometimes they just wanted to fuck with you because you were a 6'4", 270-pound person, as opposed to what people see now, which is that no matter what would happen, they would cower away from anybody that had an issue with them. Like that's the ethos of the wrestling fans to begin with now. But no, it's just very amusing to me that there's still even a point of people now having seen Bret for all this time where one, well, what the fuck does he know? That's hilarious. And two, why isn't he on board with Hangman Page?
Well, they both wear pink, bud. I mean, come on, they can
right.
Here, let's get through this clip here.
Work rate, and I like guys that throw back a little bit more to the work rate. Like Roman Reigns is a guy that, for example, that I think tries really hard to earn the respect of my generation and be more realistic and
Lifts
just
weights.
more credible, more believable.
What?
Lifts weights.
Not so much an actor. And I find that, especially AEW, that I find that they're mostly actors trying to pretend to be wrestlers, and they ought to get on with this real wrestling.
Bang, bang.
Bang, dude. Shots fired there. Dude, awful. What do you think of that?
It's lovely. But I just want to know how it's going to, yeah, it's beautiful. But I would like to know how this is going to play into the Owen Hart, or should I say Owen Carp tournament, as Mercedes Mosinay like to say.
It's crazy that he did this right before the tournament announcement tonight, too.
It's so serendipitous. I love it.
Oh, my goodness.
I love it. I love the idea still, too, of whatever you want to say about Bret. If we want to bring it back to a money type conversation, there's no way that he also doesn't hear that, the Young Bucks or Monet or these people are making millions upon millions of dollars. And that also doesn't shade his opinion. You can't not have your opinion shaded by that. Like I said, it's the same thing as price points. Oh, how much was that steak? Oh, well, I mean, it was really, really good. It was like $100. I went to some pretty nice steakhouse, and they're like, oh, wow, okay, was a good cut of steak. But if somebody gives you some sort of chopped up nasty steak-em and they try to charge you $100 for it, you're like, whoa, wait a second. Hey, that's a ripoff. And you're like, correct. Yes, there's Hangman Page. There's a steak-em. They're the Young Bucks. There's a steak-em. Right. There's Mercedes Monet. There's a steak-em and a wig. Like, you just, it's all you're overpaying for something that's not particularly good. And
sir, you're in the hospital cafeteria.
Right.
You're looking for, dude. You're looking for Wagyu beef in the fucking high school cafeteria. Okay, I got to check on the chat here quickly. Creighton Rabs for 5 says janky math equals I pulled a random number out of my ass. BJ Bethel, probably. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what else is it? Who corroborated it? Probably Dave. Why? Because Dave got so overly defensive over the situation. Miss October 30 for 2 says, why haven't we gotten the max numbers yet? Exactly. Why haven't they posted them? Why hasn't Tony Khan praised them? Why haven't they released them for NBA and shit? Why don't they over here?
Well, because WBD doesn't care about the online chatter, and God forbid they should create online chatter by showing those numbers.
Exactly. So ST became a new member. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
Guys, memberships are 99 cents. If you support what I do that. Brady Mac for 5 says the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Mr. Phil Marks in the PWT chat. Oh, thank you. But that distinction does go to Bret Hart. I believe Marty McFlyer, than you, my good friend, convinced me that there would be no Attitude Era without Bret Hart and like the character he was playing. It really just, propelled Stone Cold.
Yeah, who's going to argue that?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, a lot of people, I guess get triggered by that. But Marty came on here and broke it down. Grammy winner as well, multiple time. I think he's at like 6 now. So he'll be back on very soon. Silver Tower for 10. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Phil, I can't remember if you covered it in your Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week. Which one? There's many a week. Have you covered when Dave said in The Observer that Shibata had his brain removed during his brain surgery? Yeah, I absolutely did. And Dave, I feel like it had his brain removed in a brain surgery, and he's like imagining it was Shibata because that's like his dream is to wake up one day as like a Japanese tough guy wrestler.
Stupid idiot.
So you guys remember that story, hey?
Oh, of course. And by the way, Shibata and that whole story, that whole, he had his brain taken out of his head, and Dave believing that, he's really such a perfect, look into the life of the boomer Facebook parent wrestling edition. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the same way where if you had some dippy boomer parent that was going, oh my God, did you hear that they're letting 6 zillion transgender volleyball players attack our constitutional rights? And you're just like, you guys are, where did you read that, Grandma? Where did you read that? And that's Dave, like to a T. Somebody in some random message board chat or something like that said to him, Shibata had his brain taken out of his head, and now that will be Dave's story until the day he dies.
Right. And well, that's what I also say. Dave one time took a WBD internal memo, posted it on his message board, ran with the story that fucking he had a WBD internal memo. Everyone stay tuned. And he posted it. And it was a fan-made fanfic like thing that was posted in a Fightful Discord. And he literally used it. And he was exposed as well for like giving some news on that Joshi promotion or whatever years ago. But it turns out it was just some like mock email, because he relies on people. Like he'll tweet out, hey, I need people to DM me about what the crowd's like at Collision in, Davenport, Iowa. And then he'll do a report or he'll be on the radio with Brian saying like, about 30% of the crowd thought Swerve was the heel. Like he'll be talking like he was there and shit. It's crazy, man.
Dude, how many times do you think in the 90s Dave Meltzer clicked on Lemon Party, expecting a different result every time?
2 girls, 1 cup.
he's like, well, what's going to happen with the cup this week?
The technicality of the maneuvers to pull off 2 girls, 1 cup. I mean, that's very tough of them. I mean, that's 5 stars. Eric Pretend says the AEW ratings discourse is the IWC pretending the product is more popular than it is. The weekly TV show isn't compelling, and TK is lame and cringe. Hey, dude, you know what they say?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Zero pop culture influence, no pop. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree.
Exactly, no pop.
That's what it is, man. Having that pop culture rather influence, and just, I don't know. Dave says like WWE pretends to be popular. It's like, no, man, it is. You don't. It just is popular again, and that's okay. Wrestling overall is popular again. The only people who seem to be suffering any at all has been AEW and ROH and New Japan in a way. But when they did the back-to-back shows, New Japan, they did like Wrestle Kingdom, or they did the back-to-back pay-per-views where it was like the New Japan show. Then the next night it was like all the same guys from the New Japan show, but AEW was on it as well. And the New Japan show outdrew the AEW show in Japan. So even in Japan, like them creating sort of the NWA or whatever, they created like the UJPW, the United Japanese Pro Wrestling Front or whatever, the alliance or whatever, them being a part of that, like, I mean, that's better for them than like associating with AEW, clearly, because when the AEW guys came, they they sold less fucking tickets than when it was just the New Japan guys wrestling each other. So I don't know. It's not translating in the way they'd hope, because I just think it's a focus on an indie style, which is fine. Indie wrestling's fun. Go to your local indie show. I implore you. It's fun. But that's just it. That's where you do that sort of thing like that they do on TV. They have been trying to be more story-based, though, lately. I'm not going to lie. Like Ricochet.
That I will admit to.
Yeah.
I think I said it on Alt Jake's show. Shout out Alt Jake. Yeah. They're starting to become a little bit more episodic. Now, you still don't want to tune in next week, but you can see where they're at least trying.
And they're sticking with their core guys a little bit more, right? Like you see the same people weekly, except for after a pay-per-view. Again, that's why they're like Hitchicero versus Orange Cassidy is main eventing, because after the pay-per-view, everyone's like, I'm going to need the night off. And Tony's like, okay, no, it's fine. I'll give it. No, I gave you the night off already.
Well, this whole thing still feels like to me when your friend tells you you need to watch this show on this streaming platform. It gets good in season 6. Watch the whole thing. All you have to do is watch 87 episodes and it'll get good. Trust me. But that's it. It's getting a little better. I swear it's getting a little better. This is why the aforementioned thing happens where they have the 22-year-olds wrestling in the fucking, burnt out Arby's for WWE, because they're not saying, let's take these kids that have had a dozen matches and smush them on TV and in, football stadiums and basketball arenas, because that's how long it will take for them to even remotely become digestible, while being coached, while being taught, while being surrounded by people that know what they're doing. AEW performers and wrestlers have had none of that whole time. So they're not even growing at a stunted rate. They're growing at like a deficit. They're just they're not getting any better. And when they do get better, it's a drip and a drop and a drab. And then it's immediately bogged down because Tony Khan forgets they exist.
Exactly. Speaking of forgetting to exist, they completely forgot about the MJF Jeff Jarrett feud that was here one day and gone the next for unknown reasons. Of course, we'll find out in 3 or 4 months.
Well, I'll tell you what the reason is that I fucking heard. So I'll just hit an
Or
allegedly.
3 or 4
Again,
minutes.
I'm not a dirt sheet
Allegedly.
guy or anything. You know, we're just talking shit here. But MJF was like pissed and wanted to work with Hangman. He's like, "What the fuck? Like, you're giving me this bullshit." You know, like what?
Yeah, because it was working.
This online, and then he's like, "People are clowning this online." Now, again, that's all just rumor and innuendo, as they say. But I really have no clue, but that's, you know, around when all the MJF, like Britt Baker was spilling the beans and stuff. I don't know. It seems like it aligned then.
Oh, pal.
Yeah.
Did it hurt your feelings that you were in a feud with Jeff Jarrett? Oh, whoa, pal. Calm down there, pal. I'm
Right.
sorry, I'm just
One of
giving MJM a taste of his own medicine. That's what. Whoa.
Eric for 5 says CPA here. Switchblade's financial analysis is plausible, if not compelling. At least he shows his work. Brian. Well, yeah, I mean, that's all you can ask anybody does, right? And Dave just says, like, I talk to people, but realistically, he's being generous with, like, Dave's estimates and shit. So just get mad at Dave. Everyone's, like, mad at Switchblade. Well, get mad at Dave and them. They're the ones putting these fucking numbers out there.
Exactly.
And if they're invisible, yeah, then blame them, because this is what I tried. This is why I clown Dave all the time. It's like, no, dude, you're just hurting AEW more than you're helping it. And when you get out of the way, then Tony Khan can start maybe taking some steps in the right direction, you know, because he keeps fucking everything up. Devo for 2 says, the panel going crazy. Put Jake on. Yeah. Shout out our boy Jake. Mr. Marks, can I get the Twitch link? Best guy. I'll start putting it in the YouTube descriptions. It's just twitch.tv/ProWrestleTimes. Okay. So you can find that anywhere. You can type that in, find that on Twitch. Also, get in the Discord, guys. Also, go and check out Toonie Talk Wrestling at Toon Wrestling at Awful Wrestling on X. Make sure you check out Joey Numbers. You're not wasting your time on X, I know, but Wrestling Soup is on X and YouTube and all of that. You guys know where the Soup is at. All the Soup boys. Make sure you guys check that out. And hit the like, hit subscribe if you haven't. Phil Marks Out is my other YouTube channel. That's
Joey Numbers is my uncle.
Yeah. And while I have your attention, let me sell you a Blue Chew. Monkey Balls for 5 says, please don't bring this up. It's one of the parts of history no one dares mention, but the best guys, Tony Khan. You guys just like hearing that fucking sound, and I'm cool with it. You know what I mean?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
It's like music to my ears. And then Pliny and Pixlar for 5 says, hi guys. And he's helping me out over on the Twitch end. So, because I'm a
stupid idiot.
So I need help with that shit. But thank you so much. Round of applause to all of our super chatters, and also consider becoming a member for 99 cents. That's the plugs. Back to the show, okay? Back to the stuff you guys want to see here. Awful Wrestling. Do we have you for a while longer? What's going on with you?
Yes, I'm here till 9. Let's do this.
Excellent. Okay, so you're on East Coast time, so I don't know when that is. You're going to have to tell me. But either way, let's continue. This guy, Mark the Lord Peruccio, says, I don't get it. SRS and Zarian said WBD is happy with AEW. Bethel Report proved it, but this person apparently had a breakdown because it's not going how he wanted, talking about Switchblade. And then Switchblade's like, people are conflating the issue once again. WBD may very well be happy with AEW. That doesn't mean they're doing 500K on Max. And that's realistically the overall thing. Like, Bethel's max numbers for NBA are fake beyond any reasonable doubt. So there's another instance where he's got fucky numbers, and I'm going to trust Switchblade looked into that for us. Right, guys? Like, if I challenge him on that, I bet he'll hit me with his work. So I'm fucking cool. I'm going to trust him on that over like a Meltzer who will just block you and cry. We have official numbers disproving them, which casts doubt on all his other max numbers. So Bickety bang, that's just him dispelling just a good little response I put in there. We had another thing go down. So I don't know. We're kind of jumping all over, but I want your guys' thoughts on this. So Booker T, okay, and Swerve Strickland. Let me just to catch you up. Here's Alfred Konuwa, friend of the show, at This Is Nasty, Forbes writer, stand-up comedian extraordinaire. Here's Alfred Konuwa's quick breakdown of the Booker T Swerve Strickland thing. We covered it a bit of already on the show. So essentially, people don't like Swerve because he started doing the hit row thing, and then he started like acting like that character in real life, I guess, is what we got to the bottom to finally. And AJ Francis recently called him out on a podcast and was like, I guess there's a thing where there's people who look at hit row and they say there's like the OG3 and they don't consider Swerve like, I don't know. People hate on Swerve.
Wait a second. We need to take our hit row lore very seriously and respectful.
Right. Hey, man.
I mean, it's serious stuff. It's hit row.
And come on. Right. And so Swerve and Booker have been going back and forth, I guess. So Swerve went on Vlad TV, right? Infamous rapper interviewer, Vlad TV, right? And DJ Vlad says, he interviewed Swerve, and on there, Swerve said, well, Vince McMahon did the N-word stuff in front of you, like criticized Booker T, because Booker T before was like, I hate when Swerve makes it about like a black thing or whatever, right? So they're going back and forth. I hope that summates it well, because now we're caught up. This is like part 2. Booker T claims some things. Vlad gets in the mix and drops DMs disproving some Booker T shit. So yeah, dude. So this actually got crazy and is actually a lot bigger than just wrestling at this point, because Vlad sort of crosses over into a whole other demographic there of people who like pop culture, or he interviews like gangsters, people who are into crime and stuff are into Vlad. He crosses over into many areas. But either way, let's listen to what Booker T had to say.
And he was booted out of all of them, Phil. Yeah. Let's not make that mistake. Like, everybody knows about Vlad except for the IWC, and that's where he's coming to invade
now. Yeah. Well, everybody's jumping on wrestling now because it's fucking hot, man. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. Like, it is hot. Okay. Everybody's jumping on it again because these.
No, it's not. WWE is hot. Be very specific.
No, you're right. You're right. But wrestling as a whole is feeling like there's a lot of indies booming. You have MLW doing bigger venues. You have House of Glory doing bigger shows, believe it or not, whether that has to do with JD's beef with Ricochet and all that. We have what else? GCW's doing bigger venues. A GCW show outdrew an AEW Dynamite, so
guess who's holding back the next wrestling boom? AEW. I've said it since day one.
Yeah. That's the problem with it. But no, like I'm interested in seeing how Vlad can explain what's going on in the black world of professional wrestling to Booker T. And I'm excited to hear how he does that. Please tell me.
Well, let's listen.
Please tell me, Officer Vlad, how this works out for you.
Let's listen to our good friend of the show, Alfred Konuwa, a noted black man, by the way. So he'll have some insight on this as well, I suppose. No, but here we go.
People keep asking me, whose side are you on with the whole Booker T versus Swerve debate? Hilarious, because these all elite whites look at black people fighting each other the way Tony Khan looks at undrafted free agents to save the Jaguars after they shit the bed every season. I love that there's a black narrative in pro wrestling. Let's talk about it. But let's not pretend like Swerve isn't being used as a black pawn to make it look like Tony Khan cares about us. Swerve wasn't given the AEW world title until AEW made damn sure there was an end date. In other words, Swerve only became a world champion after AEW came up with a bigger name well in advance who was going to dethrone him. Sting said no. Daniel Bryan said yes. And then and only then did TK let Swerve become a token champion.
That's wild that they were going to have Sting beat Swerve and he said no. And then Danielson said yes. That's pretty fucking wild if you think about it. But I don't know. Here, let's listen to Alfred. He's almost
Matt Nepo, baby, knew there would be a time limit on his title run. Now Swerve's going to be the next pig to slaughter against Dean Clambros in the Whitepool
Dean Clambros. That's a good one.
That club come dynasty. Quick question. Where was all of Swerve's black power energy when it came to talking about John Moxley paying homage to a literal skinhead stable? Is Swerve going to speak?
That's what I mean. Like, there was that whole thing that he did, and Swerve didn't say shit, but then he's like criticizing the old company he used to work for when he was happy to be on TV there and take accolades there and make money there himself, right?
Well, that's always, isn't that always the situation with people though? Where whoever's paying them right now, it's like, yeah, they're perfect. But those
Good for
people
me, not for
before-
thee.
Oh yeah, no, I can't believe that would ever happen. That's shocking and appalling. It's like, dude, what are you doing right now? look at the show that you're on right now, and you're just going, oh man, let me tell you, because I watched a lot of that Officer Vlad interview. I didn't get through every moment of it because I try to maintain some dignity and self-respect at some point, but that's what I took away from it, was him basically being the cheerleader. And he knows that somewhere deep inside of him, he's got to know that this whole thing's a fucking joke. And he knows that if he says, oh, did you know that Vince was a bad guy? There's a group of people that go, yeah, ho, 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 ho. They do the fucking Arsenio cheer, like, yeah, we're so fucking excited. We all hate Vince, yay. And it's just like, yeah, we get it. Vince is a piece of dog shit. Yes, we all knew this. This is nothing new. But like, what's happening right now? What's
and dude, Swerve,
now?
He worked for Vince all the way up to the point he got fired. Where was this N-word talk back then? Like, did you go into the Tyrannosaurus Rex office and go, Vince, hey, listen, that thing that happened about 10, 15 years ago with Booker T, I didn't appreciate that. Fuck Swerve.
And he was there too, I'm pretty sure, when Vince took over NXT as well.
Of course he did.
And I think that's when he got, like, Hit Row got an even bigger push, I want to say, but I know that he didn't really even work under the Triple H era. So that is exactly, I don't know. It seems, I don't know. There's 11 seconds left.
Out against losing to Dean Clambrose in the Whitehall Combat Club at Dynasty or not? Does Swerve have any comments about Dean Clambrose quoting a literal skinhead stable on national television or not? Inquiring niggas want to know.
All right, there you go. So great stuff there. So we got Booker T response.
Hold on, stop right there. Okay. I like how Alfred he censored the N-word. If you're gonna do that, bro, just don't say it.
I guess you're right. And then he wrote ninjas on
Shout out
thing.
Alfred.
Yeah, I love him to death, man. So here's Booker T addressing what Swerve Strickland had to say. Now, if you guys want to know exactly what Swerve had to say, I'm not going to go through. I might have a clip from Vlad, but listen, we covered it on the other show, so I don't want to like go over the whole thing again. But here's what Booker T had to say in response. Let me play this here. And I lost it for some reason here. Bookmarks are reshuffling, I guess. Here, we'll find it. Don't worry. We just need the fucking Jeopardy music. But
we'll play the Harlem
and we have Vlad's response as well. Here, I just
ice.
Yeah, dude. That is good stuff. It's crazy how Booker T had his theme like through his whole career, you know? That theme has lasted with him since the WCW days.
Cheap studio music? You don't say.
Yeah. So here we go. Here with shout out Hall of Fame Booker T, Brad Gilmore. Let's hear his response to Swerve and see if we can dig it, suckers.
But I told Swerve Strickland to his face.
Oh, by the way, yeah. Booker T confronts Swerve right to his face. Oh, shit, we have a confrontation. Go.
But I told Swerve Strickland to his face how disappointed I am in him as a young brother, because all I did for Swerve Strickland ever was put him over and put him on a pedestal. He's been one of the best out there that ever did it. He deserved being the AEW champion. And for him to say something like that about me, you know, I don't know if these guys think racism stopped in 1990 when I got into business, but it did. Okay, you may not hear about a lot.
Comments, anyone so far?
Dude, I'm getting PTSD. He's every one of my old uncles when I was younger. Every fucking one. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever had black uncles, but this is a black uncle right here. He's scaring the shit out of me.
Uncle Book right here. You gotta love it.
A lot of racial issues with Booker T because I handled racial issues head first. I opened doors. I broke down barriers for people like Swerve Strickland. Swerve Strickland perhaps would not even be here if it wasn't for me. I have to apologize for nothing that I've done.
Damn, Booker T seems like he might.
Dude. Yeah, he's ready to jump through the screen and face Swerve Strickland himself. Holy cow.
Well, then,
reality of wrestling, it'd be a big draw for them. You know?
well, this would also be a strange moment because then Booker T, or excuse me, Swerve Strickland would have to face off against a wrestler. So
Oh, come
something
on
very
now,
new to
Joe.
him.
Come on now, Joe. That's not very fair to
That's
say
not
that
very
there's no real wrestlers in AEW.
I
Eric.
mean, come on there, Eric. I mean, he's faced off against Jungle Boy.
Is Jungle Boy not a real wrestler? Eric, is John Moxley not an actual tough guy?
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, jeez. Come on now.
Because I'm going out there and literally represent it in the ring, out of the ring, from day one all the way to this day in 2025. Okay, you speak on this McMahon and him saying the N-word. You want me to be angry black men in the company. You want me to not open doors and make, spaces for people like you. That's what you want me to do. Swerve Strickland, I hope you're never going to be in the movies. I hope you're never going to be on a movie set because you might hear somebody say the N-word. And if you got a problem with it, they're going to tell your ass to get the hell out of here. Because
Damn, what do you guys think about that one?
Ooh.
I've never heard an N-word while being part of any filming of anything personally, but I mean...
Booker T speaks the absolute truth. Now, God, I feel so much passion in his voice, and I understand exactly what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This speaks to a bigger problem, but we'll talk on Dr. Umar's channel or something. But other than that,
with him, dude.
Right. Other than that, Booker T is so correct, and anybody who thinks of race or doesn't think of race, please pay attention to what this man is saying. Sometimes in life, you have to ignore the tiny thing in order to get the bigger thing. Okay, and that's all I'm going to say on that.
Okay.
This is another one of those situations where you're talking to two different people that are from 20 years apart.
Exactly. Yep.
And
yep.
like
the way Swerve's, for instance, not to interrupt you, Joe, but like the way Swerve's parents were treated, likely even may have not even been the same that like Booker T's parents were probably treated in a way, you know what I mean? Like just as the times have changed in America and stuff. So even just like two generations like that, it's so
Booker came up from the mud. Whereas Swerve Strickland came up from Tacoma.
From the Mud Show Wrestling Indies.
Yeah.
Well, isn't there is a whole ordeal going on right now, I guess, the whole like bone of contention, like you said, with AJ Francis, which, by the way, in terms of like complete embarrassing narcissists in pro wrestling, he's certainly a top dollar at that. I mean, he is top billing. It is humiliating when that man speaks. Absolutely embarrassing. Where he's just, I don't know if you know this, but I invented hip hop in professional wrestling in the year 2017. I came up with it. No one else had thought to do.
Wait, who's saying that? I'm sorry, Joe. Who's saying that?
Oh, Floppy Doll.
Oh, AJ Francis. So he's part of this too. He was on a podcast where he was drinking and he flipped out. He's like, Swerve, he's like, why do you think none of us like you? He's like, we all still message whatever. And then I saw somebody say this. It might have been awful. It might have been you. You're like, and if it wasn't you, I'm sorry for attributing it to you, but it was someone said something like, you notice the two most vocal guys from Hit Row are the two who aren't employed in the group in WWE anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So damn, that I was like, but I like AJ
Take note.
Personally.
Sometimes you have to keep your mouth shut.
And he does good shit on TNA, man. I don't really. I mean, he shouldn't be doing dives over top ropes, I don't. But like besides that, I think he cuts good promos.
He's dog shit. He's complete.
Okay, yeah.
That guy's fucking trash.
That's
dude.
crazy. That's like crazy to go that. I don't think he.
He's
did a lot of good shit with Joe Hendry too. That helped spark Joe Hendry's resurgence again. Like he gave him a couple moments where everyone was kind of retweeting it, like when that girl was twerking on him and shit.
Yeah, the moments that he gave were because people want to make fun of the guy because he's a tool.
He's a tool.
The guy is a complete chode.
The Cheese It champion? Come on now. No, I don't know. I like fucking AJ France. I like the dude. I don't know. I'm not gonna trash him. I never hated his I never hated the group Hit Row. I always loved that. I was like, this is with Swerve included as well. So
I did like how Hit Row in the year of our Lord 2020 was doing rap music where it was like, have you ever gone down to the movie theater and you wanted to get some pop? Did you get yourself a pop and some popcorn?
Slick Rick. It's fucking naughty. We like to party. We don't cause trouble.
And then AJ France is like, yeah, I'm kind of on top of the music world right now. Like, I don't know if people
I have
know
my
this,
ear to the streets.
Yeah, Swerve. Swerve had never heard of the idea of taking a beat and rapping and rhyming over it until I appeared. I'm just saying, no one else had that idea. He's a
oh man, it's too funny. Okay, let's listen to what Booker has to finish saying here, and then maybe
and then Booker goes, and then Top Dollar showed me that rap music existed. He came back in a time machine and he told me, he said, Booker, listen to this new sound. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's like Back to the Future. The guy's like, I got the next new sound. Holds out the phone. He's doing easy.
AJ France is like, I invented Spotify. Nobody even heard of it. I put all the songs in one place. I drag and dropped them onto an app, and it was all me. He's just a fucking loser.
Dude, you hate AJ France.
Yeah, because it's the guy's embarrassing. He got all these people fired. He got all of these people fired because of his shit attitude and his mark behavior.
Why did he get no? But that's what AJ was calling out. He's like, dude, Swerve. Listen, though, that's what AJ was calling out. He's like, Swerve put out this bullshit. He's like, do you know who said I had an attitude and shit? It was fucking Swerve. He's like, why do you think none of us like Swerve? He's like, why do you think the other two have jobs? And that's the thing. Francis still worked with WWE after they were all released. He still worked with them a bit on one of those A&E TV shows for a bit.
What did he do? Test out diabetic socks for them?
No, he hosted he was literally like the face of their TV show that they filmed like after his release as a wrestler,
Yeah, and then they realized that it's not worth it.
Dude, you fucking what happened? Yo, do you and him have like a beef that goes back?
No, it's just I just am so I find a guy like him humiliating because this is one of those people in wrestling where they're like, we're begging to make you rich. We're begging to give you money. We're begging to do, and he's just like, nope, too big of a dipshit. Just a giant dipshit that fucks everything up. And then somehow he still lives in this delusion where he's like, yeah, I was on the most successful thing that they ever did on streaming platforms and all this other shit. It's like, all right, Ryback. God, it's right. It's it.
Ryback.
It is. It's Ryback. That's he's
Ryback.
on his way.
Ryback. Oh my god. Awful made the joke, not me.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's finish.
I'm not allowed to say that.
Yeah, that's Awful made the joke. Okay.
Neither am I in some circles.
So here we go. Booker T. Let's hear what he has to say. He actually is also quoted as saying, like, I was invited on Vlad TV, but I declined it. And then Vlad's like, that's not true. And he hits him with DMs. So let's listen to this and then check in with what Vlad has to say. Of course, he's got receipts on everybody. We know that.
This is a movie. All right. And I'm upset. I'm upset because more importantly, I'm disappointed.
Okay, Uncle, I will not piss on the toilet seat. Sorry.
You got played. You got played, bro. You got played. You let that man play you.
I'll take out the trash.
You against me and me against you. I don't know how many stories you ever heard about that on Vlad TV, but it's many of them. It's many stories out there about the black man against the black man because Vlad is pitting them against each other. I don't know how many people you heard that's got locked up from the federal perspective about going on Vlad TV. I don't know what the hell you doing on.
So for those of you listening who are unfamiliar with Vlad TV, he started out interviewing rappers primarily, and he's a DJ from back in the day, and he's infamously considered like a fucking informant, and people have made like documentaries on YouTube. You can look him up where they connect dots of like oh, because this guy said this on Vlad, this guy got arrested or whatever. And then Vlad has since transitioned into interviewing. Well, he's always kind of interviewed actors and stuff like that, and people in the culture, as it's referred to as, and Booker and some black wrestlers now, like I guess Maven, Swerve. Has he talked to Jazz or
his interviews with D-list black celebrities is outrageous. Like coming up this week, Alfonso Ribeiro. He's going to tell you what's going on with what happened with the
treasure.
Yeah, certainly is. All right.
And then he just
Raven
looks and
Simone.
and then he's like, so Alfonso, have you committed crimes?
Yeah, dude,
Right.
it's pretty much that. It's like, so what illegal activity did you witness on the set of Fresh Prince? And he's like, come again?
I was told that you didn't like Uncle Phil. Come on.
He's like, so I was told that you did something that could get you arrested.
And
Could you tell me about it? What was it exactly? He's like snapping his finger, like, I don't know what it is. Dang, can you tell me? Why don't you tell the world too?
That's what Booker's referring to here, and we'll get the quote about him denying being on Vlad or rejecting it or whatever he had to say, but then the texts prove otherwise. We'll see if Booker even says that quote in this little snippet here.
Vlad TV, first of all, what have you done to be on Vlad TV? Okay, that's just my opinion on that.
Yeah, there you go. Well, D-list celebrities, you're the one who just said it awful, so I mean, come on now. So Booker T said, I had an offer to be on Vlad TV before as well, and I turned it down. They called me back and they offered me money to go on Vlad TV, and I turned it down because I was not going to go on Vlad TV and be exploited. I wasn't going to go on Vlad TV and have him make me look like a fool in front of the world. I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to go on Vlad TV. Fuck, man, he says Vlad TV a lot, and say anything negative towards my black man that's ever been in the business, because I know how hard it is for all of us. I've been the first one saying it. Any brother, get in his bag. I'm all in 100%. I told Swerve to his face how disappointed I am in him, etc. And then it goes on to say, so he said that right before the part that was snipped there, right?
Right.
So then we scroll down. Vlad comes with some fucking receipts here, man. And let me see as we scroll. Yeah,
right.
Ice. Right? So where is it? We have it somewhere. Here we go. DJ Vlad tweets out. He responds to Wrestle Purists, okay? So he responds to them, and here's direct messages with Booker T. And Vlad says, interested in interviewing you for Vlad TV. We recently did Mark Henry. So
can I stop you right there? Can I stop you right here, Phil?
Yes.
I just happened to take a look. at the fucking dates. We're talking 5 years ago, before Vlad was exposed.
Oh, is this 5 years ago? It is.
Yeah, look at that. Stop this nonsense. Didn't we do this before, bro? Like, where it's just like you catch them red-handed. Yeah.
Oh my God, you just caught him, dude.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man. That's crazy. 5 years ago.
And this nonsense. Right.
Oh,
Stop.
Wait, what did I miss? I was just sending Top Dollar a text because he needed to teach me how to use my computer. What happened?
You were just busy hate tweeting Top Dollar off your fucking burner
I was
account.
asking him. I was like, dude, I can't figure out how to use this keyboard on my computer. And he's like, man, I invented the keyboard. Let me tell you about how a keyboard works. You gotta put your hand on the home row. You heard? And I'm like, yeah, I think that's a good idea, Top Dollar. And he's like, yeah, all these guys just come around talking about what it's like learning how to type. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, that's right. Thanks. Thank you for your help, Francis. Wait, so what happened with Booker?
So basically, Booker was like, I was asked to be on Vlad TV. And then he's like, and then Vlad dropped these DMs being like, okay, Booker's like, I rejected Vlad TV. And then Vlad's like, no, I have DMs of him saying, I'm excited to come on Vlad. Meanwhile, Awful pointed out, and I didn't even notice this, these DMs are from 5 years ago. They tried to get Booker T on. So it's like before Vlad was like fully, because there was a big YouTube boom during the pandemic as well. You know what I mean? Where a lot of these channels reignited, a lot of new channels blossomed, and this boom carried over. out of the pandemic as well, and we've seen it happen in live entertainment and stuff like that. But YouTube's one of those things where, like, you know, they suffered a huge boom, and so that's when a lot of these like documentary style YouTube channels started popping up out of nowhere, where they're documenting what everyone's doing and shit now. You know what I mean? So they were watching Vlad during the pandemic, and then a few years later, they're like, here's how, you know, they start piecing together, like, here's how these rappers have gone to jail and da-da-da-da. So, and I know there's probably some of that beforehand, right? Like, this has been a rumor about Vlad for a long time, but that being said, Awful pointed out, this is 5 years ago. You know what I mean? So anyways, Booker,
wait.
sorry, Joe.
So
yeah,
he's expecting. Wait, so Vlad is like, yeah, 5 years ago I asked you to be on the show because he thinks that's relevant to Booker T.
Exactly. And
You
this
know what I
man
mean?
is really trying to like serpent his way into the IWC by, like, I think I saw a tweet maybe about a half hour ago where he was just like, who's the biggest podcast out there? I want to talk shit about Booker T and this Swerve thing. And I'm like, Jim Cornette's not going for that.
Could you? Oh my God. Could you? This is once again showing you, though, like, clearly this guy has no idea what he's getting himself into. You know, he's like, what's the biggest podcast in the wrestling sphere? Because they'll just let me on. They know who I am. It's no, they don't, dude. They don't. I'm sorry. Like, imagine trying to explain DJ Vlad to Jim Cornette.
Right.
You're like, all right, so Jim, you see, there's this guy. What he does is he's a what do we call leech? What he does is he interviews people and tries to get them to self-incriminate constantly. And he's created a business through that. Oh, you might know him. Jim, you might remember him. He had Hannibal on there. Remember that good guy? Remember Hannibal?
You might remember him, Jim. He's the guy that the song "Informant" by Snow is written. Informer.
No, Jim. What you want to do is you definitely want to let him on your show, so then he can make fun of Booker T, who's never done a thing to you. So that would make sense, right? Like, it's amazing to me when you see these people that are just outside of the wrestling bubble. And to some extent, you ask yourself a question when you see this happening. You're looking at it and you're going, do you want them to find out how bad it is on their own? And should be like point and laugh and be like, you thought this would be sweet and it's fucking awful for you. Or should we warn them as to say, you know, oh, I did interviews with like 6 wrestlers, so I know what I'm getting myself into. It's like, dude, you have no idea how hideously toxic and terrible this fan base is. No clue. What do you think? Because you did some interview where a couple people made fun of NBA Youngboy's new album or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're like, oh, this is the same thing. It's like, no, wrestling fans will hate you every moment of your life until the day you die. Because in the year 2016, you didn't say something nice about Wade Barrett. You're dealing with a level of psychosis that you might not understand.
God,
you know,
dude.
Yo, let me hop on the biggest wrestling podcast. Yeah, have fun. Good luck. Find that.
Good
you
luck.
Do that. See how that works out for you there, Officer Vlad.
So half a decade ago, DJ Vlad DM'd Booker T, and the exchange went something like this.
And you don't remember
you for Vlad TV. We recently did Mark Henry. And then Booker T says, hey, what's up, bro? I'm definitely interested. What all would you want to cover? I'm based in Houston, so we would do it over Zoom or something. And then he's like, interested in covering your career like I do in most of my interviews. We have a cameraman in Houston, so we can do it remotely that way. We can go to your location or book a studio. And then Booker's like, yeah, if he'd want to meet me at my studio where I do my show, we can do it that way. When would you want to do it? I'm normally free on Thursdays. And then samesies, twins. No. Vlad says, send contact info and my assistant will coordinate.
And by the way, I would almost guarantee you this conversation stopped between whoever's assistant and Booker T when Booker said, yeah, that's going to be $3,500.
And what just like, a snitch ass thing to do. Just drop these
dude,
DMs
opened up his DMs. Like, how snitchy is that?
It's so bitch made, dude. It's like, what the fuck? No one asked. Vlad, you could have just said, this is what's up, and then if Booker denied it, you could have proved it wrong then. But Vlad's such a little weasel, he just drops these fucking DMs.
Not to mention, Phil, the man, even on screen right now, is saying to himself, or excuse me, said to someone, he was mad that I was late and didn't want to reschedule. Well, yeah, God damn it. Booker T might be a fucking professional. Maybe not show up late. And then he doubles down. I don't know if you've got this shit or not, but he talks about like how Booker T took a picture with some guy who was alleged of doing something or other, and it's just like, see, you hang out with child. Come on now.
Jason rants. Did Vlad say that about him?
Yes.
Well, Vlad doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's what Joe just said, man. You don't understand the wrestling business, right? So, like, Jason Rance is a gatekeeper for, like, a lot of that. I believe it's the Florida scene. No, I'm so sorry if I'm off on that, but lots of wrestlers in NXT and TNA right now fucking know that guy, okay? You look up his past.
They bumped around in his wrestling ring.
Exactly, man. You look up his past, it's fucking shady. You got to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, though, as far as, like, listen, if they know about it, that's fucked, but we can't sit here and monitor like who everyone follows and interacts with. We don't know if he paid Booker T to come there and teach a seminar. I don't know how good of friends they are. Check out Grapple Vision's channel. Okay. My friend, Gary Von Erich, he fucking does a good job of covering all this shit. Okay. And he knows a lot of the people involved in all this. And, yeah, man, it's just with Chasen, it's like so many people right now, then you can't watch wrestling because it's like so many people fucking cross paths with that dude and interact with him. And he's trained and been, brings people in to train so many people. So who are now you're seeing on TV and stuff and have for a while. So, I mean, that's not Vlad, like, shut up, bro. You don't, it's like a very nuanced thing. Yeah, and for you to hate on Booker now, for you to go after Booker, that's wild, dude. Fucking
man,
DJ Vlad's an idiot, man.
Can you believe all these guys? They shared a locker room in the early 2000s with a guy that murdered his wife and child. Can you believe that? Can you believe you listen? You have no place to say anything to me, Deuce and Domino, because you shared a locker room with a murderer. He's like, just shut up, dude.
Yeah, man. Shut the fuck up. So this ends. They exchange emails. Vlad says, got it. He goes, thanks, bro. Really looking forward to it. That's what Booker says. And then me too. And then Vlad's like, this is a lie. Here's actual DMs from Booker saying how excited he is to do it. He just said he's really looking forward to it. I guess
he's looking forward to getting work from you and getting paid.
Yeah, I guess he's excitable. He comes across that way in the DMs, but okay. He was at my studio, but I ran late. And then Vlad responds to this guy. So yeah, call him brief, says, and yet Booker, even 5 years later, texts don't mean shit without a follow through. And then Vlad says he was mad that I was late and didn't want to reschedule. He said that he was offered to do my show and refused, which is an outright lie. He was literally at the studio waiting for me to show up. Well, that's true, but he was waiting for you to show up and then he refused to do it when you turned up late. So that's somewhat, if you're going to play games with saying how excited he is, and all he said was like, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And then, so if you're going to get mad now about him playing semantics, Vlad, you fucking policeman, this is cop tactics, bro. This shit don't work on me. You know what I mean, dude?
Ultimately, he didn't even do the interview. Like, come on now.
So that's a refusal right there, bro. However you want to break it down. But yeah.
So what? I'm still a little behind the eight ball in this. What is the exact thing that Swerve said that has this dude so up or Booker up in arms? I should say.
Swerve said, like, in the other company, they're racist, and when Booker T sat there during that vignette, like, I'm paraphrasing here. This isn't. If someone wants the exact quote, someone can quote it. But yeah, I'm paraphrasing here, and Vince said the N-word in front of Booker T. So if Booker T, because Booker T had commented prior to that on like, Swerve Strickland and how this has been ongoing for a while, bro. As far
did he
as
say the N-word like Kendrick Lamar, or did he say the N-word like Michael Richards?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Which one?
Oh, that old segment. Yes.
That segment. And Booker's standing right there, and Vince is like, he says what he says, and then Cena's there and Booker's there, and that's wild, right? It's fucked up. And so And with Vince, it's just like a power thing. That's why he didn't pay that paralegal. That's why he felt like he could do that in front of Booker, whatever. And then Swerve criticized that before publicly. So then Booker responded to it, and they were being very cordial. But then Swerve had that to say on Vlad. He was like, yeah, in that other company when Vince did that, da-da-da-da. And then Booker responded on his show. We watched the clip. He was fuming. And then Booker was like, yeah, I was offered to do Vlad, whatever. That's when Vlad all of a sudden just snitch drops DMs. Right. Now no one can ever trust you again now, Vlad.
Dude. I'll never defend Vince McMahon for a lot of the shit that he's done. But let me ask you this question.
Come on, pal. I'm not a bad guy. I handed out some kittens before the trial.
I said please before I shit on her head.
I said please before I took a shit on her head in that Motel 8 while wearing a fake mustache to hide my identity.
Somebody just real quick, how old is Swerve? He's got to be late 30s, right? Mid to late 30s?
Mid, probably.
Mid. Well, he's mid all around, but mid to late 30s.
You're not kidding.
Okay, so
he's 34 years of age.
He's 34 years old. Okay, so he grew up. He was alive and well and present in the early 2000s, around the time when this shit happened. Now, real quick, let me millennial explain to some of the people that are younger that might not know this. In the early 2000s, this was like basic edgelord comedy bullshit. Right. There was a whole series of movies by a group of gentlemen called the Wayans Brothers.
Right.
And they were called Scary Movie.
And it's coming back, thank God, with the OG creators.
But yes, that was the theme of the comedy at that time, where they'd have like the little white girl say the N-word or dress like a rapper, and it was supposed to be like, hey, she doesn't dress like that. Like, that's what it was in the early 2000s. And now that's not saying that it was creative or incredibly clever or it didn't age like a fucking gallon of milk in the sun, but that's what happened at that time. And Booker standing there going like, please tell me you didn't say that. That's early 2000s.
Me he did not just say that. That's literally his gimmick, dude.
Yeah. It's not like Vince walked up to him and like knocked his lunch plate out of his hand and called him the N-word. And Booker was like, yeah, that's fine. This will work for the TV show. This is good television. But that's what it is. It's like, like I said, you have to feel like you explain things within the context of that time. And the idea of it was to be comedic. Was it tasteful? Of course not. Of course there wasn't.
No.
But for Swerve to kind of frame that as like, now I'm in this unbelievable place where nothing bad ever happens.
And a bunch of wrestlers in AEW in their PWG days and earlier, like Excalibur and stuff. I think Sami Zayn as well. Like they were saying using racial slurs and storylines and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, edgelord early 2000s.
Exactly, they were doing that. Like,
and the Young Bucks. Don't forget about the Young Bucks.
I think Brian Cage. Not to throw him if he did or didn't. I'm so sorry, but I'm pretty sure he said something in a ring one time. Dropped an N-bomb or something. What else? Excalibur did it like rank. Excalibur, he did a storyline where he was just like uber.
Did you know that? Well, did you know AJ Francis invented edgy storylines?
Okay, God.
No one had ever done them before. He was like, "Hey, what if we had the person that's not supposed to say the thing say the thing?" And it's like, Jesus, AJ, can we give you more money? And he's like, "Nah, I must leave and go to TNA where I can be appreciated as an amazing, talented artist." No, he sucks.
Well, speaking of giving more money, I need to check in with super chats here. You guys can super chat in or become a member, 99 cents. Make sure you check out Toonie Talk Wrestling, at Awful Wrestling as well on X. And then you have Wrestling Soup, of course, everywhere you stream stuff, and Pro Wrestle Times and Clips. You guys already know. So Tom Reed for 5 says, please tell me you have Missy Beefcake's response to Linda Hogan. Of course. But of course. F1WGP7 says, want to shout out Phil and chat, keep on being great. Well, everything's great around these parts. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says, Phil, check out chat post show. It's wild as fuck today. Will do. Yeah, I think some people are caught in a tornado or something. Everybody be safe. Everybody, get in your bathtub or whatever you do. Watch the movie Twisters on your phones, and it'll surely soothe the anxiety. Dennis King for 3 says, does Swerve feel the same way about Excalibur? There you go. I just brought that up. Boom.
Well, Excalibur, there's a difference there. I mean, he has done the work.
He wore a mask.
Yeah, that's true. He did the work, that Excalibur. You know what I mean? Like he's done everything he could to correct the errors of his. No, he didn't do any of that. Okay.
Plinian Pixel Art for 10 says the hatred for Flop Dollar is breaking me. I love this. Plinian's on your side there, dude.
10. Man, you sent in $10. I invented the $10 bill.
You see that yellow tab around the $10? I told them make that yellow.
Swerve Strickland, he thought he invented $10. No, it was me, Top Dollar. I invented dollars. The whole word dollar came from me.
They was going to put me on the $2 bill.
But before they were just calling it paper ching ching, and I said, what if we call it $1? And they said, damn, AJ, you're brilliant. Damn,
Listen,
AJ.
I love AJ Francis. I'm a big fan of his, especially his work in TNA. I feel like he's really reinvented himself. Casey Navarro's great too, alongside him. His little talk show segment, I love that on TNA. So, hey.
I think that I am so glad that he's doing great work in TNA, because he did invent TNA as well, I believe, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like him returning to his creation. Yeah. After, of course, he invented Jeff Jarrett too. So he invented Jeff Jarrett. It's
I know he knows the Carter family, right?
Yeah.
AEW Neckbeards for 2 says, great to hear you 3 together. Yes, I agree, man. Truly the holy trinity here.
Shout out Neckbeards.
Grinchery. Shout out Neckbeards, man. This is what I love that Neckbeards has been doing. So, I got my imaginary list of fools, right? And one of Neckbeard's fools is this guy, FTR, Fear the Revolution, right? And he's such, dude, anytime Neckbeards posts about this guy, I fucking read it on the show. It's my favorite, one of my favorite sickos to react to. That's Neckbeard's bit. But I love that. Whenever Neckbeards posts about that guy, it's my favorite fucking thing, man. And, it's that guy is astronomically creepy, like literally to the point where last show we talked about it, and he's taking pictures with other AEW fans as kids outside the venue, and is like, I love meeting kids and being like, hey, sickos and stuff. And it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Now I'm not saying anything. Hey, listen, I'm not implying anything, right? This is a comedy show. We're just right. We're not implying anything here.
This is the plaintiff.
I'm just saying, if I did that, people would be like, what the fuck, Phil? That's creepy as shit. So if Awful did that, they'd be off with his head. So I don't understand where that is. But yeah, Neckbeard's in the chat.
Well, Phil, to some degree, we got to remember it's there. If you have the same intellectual level, you know what I mean? Like it's almost have you ever seen the Monster Squad? Do you remember when the little kid was walking around with Frankenstein? It's kind of like that. You just go, oh,
Moxley's Frankenstein. No.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, this guy that's like,
he's Frankenstein.
Yeah. And they're both asking their mom for money to get something from the ice cream truck. Like, what's that? Think about it.
Creeping around the arena with his hand down his pants.
Like, what are you doing, bud? Jackson Davis for 2 says AJ Francis created YouTube. Now the chat.
And then I said, what if we put the videos in one place? All of them. What if they're all on one website? And then people can go and see anything, man, from anywhere in the world. It's a damn AJ. That's too good of an idea. We got to fire you from WWE because you're too smart. You're too smart, AJ. You keep making us look bad because you're so smart.
Oh my God. I don't see it. Miss October 30 for 2 says it's George, LK, and I are on tornado watch. Hey, be fucking safe. George, LK, Miss October 30. you don't want to die now. You just passed your radiation health exam or whatever, as you said earlier. So
right, you're becoming an Alanis Morissette song real quick. You're doing that, you know.
Yeah. You shouldn't have extra 5 says party night here in PWT world. It is a party indeed. Do we have some party music? I don't know. We have here we go.
Hey,
I don't know.
The ultimate party song.
Oh my
AJ made that theme, by the way.
Yeah.
He produced that, by the way.
I was 6 years old. I made it on a Muppet Babies Casio keyboard. And somebody heard it and they said, there's wrestlers that will come out to this. And I said, I guess I'll share my vision with the world.
Oh my goodness, man. Okay, we got a few more to get through here. So BJ Bethel is in response. This is to MJ from NJ, friend of the show, okay, who held like a Twitter space, I guess. I was unaware of this till after, but he was like, by God, this is not, you know what I mean? This math ain't mathin'. And so BJ Bethel tweets out, one of the people holding a Twitter space about me right now said I had to be taking cash from Tony Khan, who I've never met or talked to in my life, because my AEW TV deal reporting was too accurate. Now, other people have pulled receipts on BJ Bethel. I guess he used to like trade fucking cards with Tony Khan or something like that, or tapes or something like that. I think Meltzer said what is on this guy's ass. No Diddy for this, right? And so Gideon was saying, have you ever seen such a reaction? They're literally holding X Spaces conversations about your piece because they cannot accept the reality you have provided. My problem is that it's just not reality, right? And it's hot news. So again, like we said, why can you write this whole fucking report and be like, I got my numbers corroborated, but Switchblade writes a report like, well, here's these numbers using Dave's math or whatever, and that's wrong? Or why can you do this?
Yeah, or he's a fucking loser that has too much time on his hands or whatever the fuck.
Right, MJ from NJ's holding a spaces and Gadzooks, that's so cringe and he's obsessed and why is he talking about you and his mind's melting? No, he's just refuting. That's what they do in science. That's what they do. That's how you get to the truth of things and the answer. You know, you discuss it and you disagree. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. It's so crazy how it's like good for me, not for thee. That's the mentality here since day one of PWT.
You're adding numbers together?
Yeah,
dude. What the hell?
He's just making some up and you're like adding the ones he made up together and then giving them an extra sum because you're being generous. How dare you do that?
Because it's wrestling.
Yeah, you cut and paste a bunch of numbers into a calculator. Whoa, stalker.
Yeah.
Hold it right there. The scientific method serves no purpose here in this debate.
2 plus 2 equals stop being hard. Stop torturing
my brain
me.
hurts. Ow, my ears. Yeah, my ears hurt.
BJ Bethel. That's a good name. That's a good name for a dog, I think. BJ Bethel.
But here's what MJ from NJ's trying to say. And sometimes he starts talking and he gets off in the weeds with the mathematical and the fucking, you know, it's hard to keep up. But what he's trying to say, right? And I like MJ from NJ because he'll correct himself if he fucks up too. Like he'll even say, well, maybe my math's off. But here's the thing with him, right? What he's trying to say is that like if these people aren't getting paid in some ways by Tony Khan, like let's say he's even floated out the conspiracy. He's like, what if you know, let's say Tony Khan buys AEW buys $25,000 worth of subscriptions every month from Dave Meltzer, let's say, and like for the boy or whatever the fuck, something like that, you know, we don't know, and that could be an incentive as well. Instead of like an actual Dave Meltzer owns a chunk or whatever. So these are all theories, of course. I just go by what we know and can prove. I just laugh at Dave because he's just objectively dumb and mush melts and shit. But I mean, if you want to go down that route, I'm willing to listen to it. You know, it's not like the guy's saying the fucking earth's flat. Like I would be more shocked if, you know, I'd be more shocked if Dave wasn't getting paid too with the way he fucking gargles AEW, you know?
I would love a Dave Meltzer Earth is Flat theory podcast.
Oh, well, you know, there's a firmament, Brian.
Yeah,
there's a firmament.
a tournament. There's what is it? An interplanetary tournament for?
Well, you know, the Anunnaki. They use us to harvest gold, Brian.
Listen to this guy. Man went Graham Hitchcock on us.
The Anunnaki. The Anunnaki, that almost sounds Japanese.
Oh, the best guys, Eric Dubé.
The best guys, Lord Zenu. Scientology, Dave Meltzer explains history of the world through smart logic. Is that what you're going with? It's like, man. Ancient astronaut theorist. But by the way, there is more credibility to an ancient astronaut theorist than a professional wrestling journalist. Just so you know, that's
so true, dude. Yeah, Lord Jamar makes more fucking sense than some of these fucking
that dude with the spiky hair that's like, we can't explain pyramids. So you know what? Maybe someone came from another planet.
So here's a bunch of fucking tubes underneath them. They had toilets before.
And that's still
they don't flush the other way. They flush they flush north to south.
Like we can say, hey, what happened with the tombs in Egypt and the pyramids? It's like, oh, okay, great. But then you go and you listen to like Smark lore, and it's Shibata had his brain removed.
Right.
You can punch somebody, you can chop them in the tit 750,000 times, and that's better than just having a match.
Exploding boot super kick doesn't kill a man if it's a shoot, right? He doesn't have horrible facial scars after, you know.
And you're just looking at it and you're just going, you know what? I think I'm going with the ancient astronaut theorist in this situation. I think I'm going with that. You know what? I'm going to start calling myself that. I'm not calling myself a wrestling podcaster anymore. I'm an ancient astronaut theorist.
Yeah.
Conspiracy soup, right?
Astronaut
theorist soup.
No. I'll still talk about wrestling, but if people get on their high horse and they're like, you guys are making jokes, aren't you journalists? I'm going to be like, no, actually, I'm an ancient astronaut theorist. So,
according to Cultaholic here, AEW Collision to air live on April 17. They will not go head to head with WrestleMania. So they worked out this sort of thing to where their collisions are going to air on Thursdays whenever they're head to head with WWE, even though AEW's gone head to head with themselves in the past and Ring of Honor, but they're not willing to go head to head with WWE. Pretty crazy. It doesn't matter.
This is why I respect Eric Bischoff better than Tony Khan. I don't give a shit how many times Dynamite overlaps or has more shows than WCW Worldwide or even Nitro. Like, give me a break with this. That man went head to head with the WWE at the time. Tony Khan runs away from that type of heat because he knows what the outcome is going to be.
Yeah. No, you're right, dude. And it's like Tony calls the shot. Husey always speculates. He's like, man, Tony has to be funding this with WBD somehow as well, because they're just so willing to work with him, you know? Like there has to be some sort of my theory is they just peel off the top of everything. They're like, you can do whatever the fuck you want, have 500,000 viewers minimum for Dynamite, and we get a piece of the pay-per-view, a piece of you stream, you do this deal, we just get a little percentage of that, and you can do what you want. That's my belief.
Allegedly.
We're alleging things over here, but
I can't stop. Dave is an ancient Puriso theorist.
Sorry, guys. All Jake says TK and the ancient alien guys do have similar hair. Yeah, that's true. That's how he's going to look and when he starts balding and that hairline goes back. F1 WGP7 Dave is an ancient Puresaru theorist.
He's just sitting there.
You know, Gobbler Gak in the fifth galaxy.
Imagine
from the sun is the mightiest warrior, and the seventh are the sun, Brian.
Imagine a world where All Japan Pro Wrestling was the only wrestling. Wow.
Well, you know, Giant Baba's from Nibiru. Did you know that?
Giant Baba from Nibiru.
Come from the Dog Star Sirius.
Giant Gonzalez trained on Mars.
What if all of the All Japan Pro Wrestlers were from outer space? What if they're all from space? Yeah, Dave, go on, tell me more.
Oh my God.
Shibata. Not Shibata, what's his name? Misawa. If we take Misawa and Kawada and we mix the words together, what do you think we get?
Komatsu. Toyota.
If we mix those words together, we get all sorts of the stars align. It's written. It's written in the stars. That's it. Dave just goes, it's written in the stars. The 5 stars.
The Big
It's written
Dipper,
in-
Brian. It's more like
Oh.
7 stars.
Maybe that's where
He
we're
starts rating matches in constellations, right?
Oh,
that was a Little Dipper.
It's like, man, this makes no sense. Will Ospreay always gets a Little Dipper, no matter whatever he does.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what he does.
Oh,
He's
this
always-
match. Well, I mean, Kenny, Gabe Kidd. It was the belt of Orion. Orion's belt, right?
There you go.
the best belt is Orion.
Yeah, the best belt is Orion. Brian.
Orion Brian, is that what it'd be? Yeah.
Orion.
Orion. Oh my god.
And Brian just sitting there, he's going, Dave, you know as well as I do that matter cannot expand. Like they just and that's how you get $15 a month out of me. You become a weird science fiction, believes in interplanetary travel.
That's basically the level of his fanfic already, dude. It's so funny.
And then Vlad shows up and he's like, yo, none of these people are from space.
He's like, yo,
none of them are from
check out
space.
he's like, yo, check out these DMs he sent me about going to space, bro. They're not really from space.
Yo, he's
Mercedes Monet is trying to go and win the fucking Van Allen belt.
Yeah, the Van Allen belt. The Van Allen radiation belt.
I'm gonna go in the Orion belt because I'm a star.
I'm going to space. Ilana, phone me. I'll be on the set of Star Wars. I have experience as the Star Wars.
Oh, she's already in space. That's a good point.
I've already been at the space. Oh my
do you just imagine all of this going down? Like I said, you could have Vlad can show up and he can say, yo, I got DMs with Lord Xenu, and Xenu said to me, he's like, yo, Booker T's thetans are low.
Yeah, I got Lord Xenu and Lord Jamar coming on next week. Booker T, you going on? We're talking flat Earth. Oh shit.
And then Sasha shows, she's like, flat Earth, like lay down and live, like flat.
Flat Eartha?
Flat Eartha.
I'm the flat Eartha champion.
What if like the Earth was like the shape of a bell?
Ospreay, gravity's just a theory, bruv. You fall down, get back up. You fall down, get back up, bruv. It doesn't work. It can't keep me down, bruv.
But you see, that's how you actually help Will Ospreay. You put him somewhere where he can't bump.
Yeah.
He'll be forced to wrestle upright. Like it would be.
Oh my god. This shit.
I'll try to do a flip, Bob. I tried to do a flip, but I can't do it.
I just floated away, bruv.
he just floated away, bruv.
Kept going, bruv. We just kept going up and up, bruv.
Just going up and up and up and up.
Oh shit.
Well, there's no gravity, bruv. And then Tony's like, gravity's over there. He's wrestling today.
Yeah, gravity's wrestling Hechicero tonight in the main event.
It's Gravity and Hechicero.
And in fact, Pac is over there and Gravity forgot him.
Do you think?
And Hologram. Don't forget Hologram.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because Gravity's booked next week on Collision. Justified. This is awesome chance for me.
They should have. You just nailed it. Break up that whole stupid Blackpool Combat Club fight, whatever group, and you have Pac and Gravity together. And every week it's like 51st Dates with Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler, and he has to keep explaining to Gravity who he is. Every single week.
Yeah, he has to explain to him every day. And Pac's like got a bunch of paintings of himself and like tricks him into tagging with him every week. So it starts out he tricks him into tagging with him. He like puts his fingers in his waffles and then he's like, hey, don't do that. And then they tag the next week.
Sir, do you know who I am, sir? And Gravity's like, I don't remember. I don't remember who you are. Sir, there's a picture of us at your mother's birthday party. I don't remember. I forgot. You're the man gravity forgot. I keep forgetting.
I keep forgetting.
How
can I forget?
How can I forget? It's like that movie Memento. I just keep forgetting you, Pac. Well, good day. I thought we were tag partners. How can we plan ahead? We can't plan for the upcoming 78,000th tournament on AEW television.
How could you forget me? Oh my god!
I don't know who you are. I keep forgetting. I remember everything. I remember my kindergarten teacher name, but I just cannot remember Pac. I keep forgetting him. Well, that fits my moniker, sir.
Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. Awful. I know you got to get out of here, don't you, my guy, right? Am I keeping track of the time here correctly?
Yes, sir. You did your math and well, my friend.
The man that time zones forgot.
Yeah, the man that time zones forgot. Awful wrestling. Awful. Plug your shit. Let the good folks know where they can find you.
Oh, great. Yeah, you can see me on X, especially tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to be a fun day.
What's going on tomorrow?
You know what happens. Those ratings pop out. But anyway, you can check me out there, or you can check me out on Toonie Talk Wrestling every Tuesday at 8 on youtube.com/@Toon Wrestling. First, I do want to say I'm a huge fan of Joey Numbers. I think we were on a podcast before.
It's a possibility. I'm old. I've been around a long time.
Yeah, dude. I can only hope to get to the age that you're at.
Yeah.
But yes, it was a pleasure, gentlemen. I've been a big fan of Joey Numbers, Anthony Missionary Thomas, Kev, John, Don Tony. Love the crew. Love what you guys have been doing for a quarter of a century. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Been a long time.
The goats, the OGs,
yeah, dude.
man.
Yeah.
And make sure,
Nothing like it.
And make sure you shout out AJ Francis because he invented all of us. So
Shout out to AJ Francis, who came up with the entire concept of soup and wrestling.
Soup and wrestling. So
he invented, yo, what if I take hot chicken broth and put vegetables in it?
Noodles.
What if I put noodles in there? Damn, AJ, you're too smart. You keep coming up with food ideas, man. We're gonna have to fire you from WWE because you're so smart. That's what we do with smart people is we fire them. Yeah, man. What if we made a show? It's almost like a radio show, but it's on the internet. Damn, AJ, that's a good idea. You should do that. Maybe you can talk about wrestling on it. Oh, man, that's too smart. I don't know, AJ. Somebody's going to take that from you. I think it's going to be Dave Meltzer.
Okay, awful. We love you. At Awful Wrestling, Toon Wrestling over on YouTube, at Toon Wrestling, and Toonie Talk every Tuesday. You're the fucking man, dude. I'm a big fan of you and Numbers, but I'm a big fan of you, Awful, and I just love when we link.
Thank you for the kind words. I'm an asshole. I'm goofing around, but thank you.
No, I know. From an asshole to an asshole, it was a pleasure. Thank you guys, and peace to the chat. I'll see you guys later.
What a gangster. The Grinch of pro wrestling right there with Awful.
I'll start making my way downtown like Vanessa Carlton too, because I'm a East Coast guy. Want to do a couple more little tidbits here? What do we got here? A court case?
Oh, we can do a couple more. Yeah, Joe. If you okay, yeah, we can do a few more, and then we'll get you out of here, Joey. Don't worry, I won't keep you too long. I know you guys are East Coast boys, so it's a little difficult there, especially me. I'm like a couple hours behind, especially with daylight savings. You know what I mean? I'm on like Mountain American time or whatever. But anyways, speaking of Mountain American time, I think is that Las Vegas? Probably not. Nevada.
Oh, no, that's West Coast.
That's like West Coast Pacific time or whatever, right? I don't know. We're in different countries. But application for certificate. So this guy's like sources. Trust me, bro. This is to Switchblade, right? So again, Switchblade pulling his receipts and going, sources, trust me, bro. They're a private company. You're literally making all of this up. I've never seen a bigger loser in my life. So again, this guy's a loser for doing research. Switchblade's like, trust me, bro, trust me under the penalty of perjury. So here's just like a application of certificate of eligibility for this Nevada transferable tax credit program. So I don't know, like he's digging up receipts like this on AEW. And again, it's not a gotcha. Like he gave them more of the benefit of the doubt than other people did. But speaking of which, Kevin Knight was invited to a WWE Performance Center in Orlando several weeks ago, but in the end, he decided to sign with AEW.
Yeah, free money. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So I don't know how old Kevin Knight is, but I always say, Joe, if you're in your 20s, early 30s, like when you get to around 30 years old, you want to bail out AEW. But if you can get Tony's money early on, like you might as well, no?
Well, of course. I mean, you're not going to learn anything. You're not going to improve. Like that's what it is. It's like a subtle retirement from the wrestling industry to get into AEW because it's somebody basically saying, here's a few $100,000. And it's like, wait, do I gotta work out or go to a school or learn anything more or try to get any better in any way, shape, or form? And they go, no, none of that. You don't have to do any of that shit. You just take my money and then don't say mean things about me. And I get it because to some degree, and it's funny you say that. You're like, you know what, if you're a younger person, if this dude's got student loan debt or some sort of, he wants to buy a house or something, yeah, take Tony Khan's money in a burst. And then if you're lucky down the line, give it a try-see and go somewhere else. But I've never seen this guy wrestle a day in my life. I don't know him from anybody else, but I see, what is this, like another 5'9" guy who's in good shape that does flips. Like I'm not even trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying, like, to some of these people, oh man, I go to WWE and be another 5'9" guy that does flips with abs and completely fall by the wayside, or I can convince Tony Khan that he's not buying a sack of magic beans and get $300,000 a year from him and solve most of my financial woes for the next 3 years. Do you know?
Yeah. And I'm not overly familiar with him either, but so that's definitely the time you go get Tony Khan's money, and then you can try and get out of there a little bit elevated, right? Because there are people, I at least put AEW over time and again for, Mariah May has been elevated since going there from Stardom. Like if you were to say, oh, she's the girl in Stardom, no one would know, but at least Mariah May like has somewhat of a name to wrestling fans online and stuff like that because of being in AEW. So
yeah, I mean,
if
it's
you're
more
young,
it's more exposure than wrestling in some, whatever small hall in Japan in front of 200 guys with their hands in their pants. Like it certainly is. But I mean, in AEW, it's like 600 men in their pants. But no, that's what you get is, yes, it's a little bit more exposure. Yes, it puts you on the map, and yes, you get paid well. So I'm not particularly judging any of these people to go and take this money from this dude.
Me neither.
It's like when we talked about Mike Bailey before. What the hell else is Mike Bailey gonna do?
Yeah, dude, go get it. Go on, take the money and run, as they say, right?
Yeah, a 5'5" guy with a mullet without shoes that does karate moves. Where the fuck is he gonna make $250,000?
It's like dude? That. He's like that. What's that movie where Danny McBride plays like the Taekwondo guy?
Oh God.
That's a deep cut, I know, but you guys can look that up, man. That's what it is.
That's what it is. And what's he going to, am I supposed to look at him and go, oh man, why would you ever do such a thing? It's like, no, he's going to get a bunch of free money.
Yeah.
And he'll probably work his wife into the company too, and she'll get free money.
Yeah. Let's hope.
Yeah.
So Tony Khan has not tweeted in over 36 hours. The guy who promoted a quarter-hour rating beating SmackDown on FS1 has not tweeted about AEW's huge success on Max. So there you go, man. That's what I mean. Tony Khan would be bragging about this before anybody else. He'd be like, you see that? You bald fucking assholes.
Well, that's the thing that I'm hoping in the next year, a lot of these people in wrestling smarten up to. And I'm not sitting here saying Tony Khan's going to smarten up to much of anything, but nothing on that website is making you $1 as a poster. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to make, if anything, it just makes problems for you because it's just incentivized rage. That's all it is. That's all it is. So you get more impressions on you and more clicks on you. You could be somebody, you could open up a Twitter X handle and it could be, at Golden Retriever puppies and milkshakes. And all you could post is pictures of golden retriever puppies drinking milkshakes, and comments underneath it would be like, dogs are lactose intolerant. You're an animal abuser. You're a terrible person. What do you think? You force these puppies to do that. So that way people will click on it and engage with it. It's a horseshit site for people that need to feel upset. And if you don't look around and feel upset enough, you're like, you know what? Let me go specifically to this place to feel upset. Yeah. And if you have billions of dollars, stop wasting your fucking life.
Yeah, you would never see me.
No,
I do this show from a fucking yacht, and it would be.
Oh no,
it would not be as good.
I said this 15 years ago, right when Soup started. I go, please give me an opportunity to sell out. You'll never see me again. I was like, oh,
at least you're honest, bro. As long as you're shooting straight.
You made $5 million. All right, see ya.
Speaking of $5 million, right? Harley Cameron, she's probably getting paid around that. No, she should get paid a lot because she is wonderful. Here's a little segment from Hey EW with RJ City, who's always like, I hate Undertaker. Undertaker's weird. And he does these sort of comedy. Are you familiar with RJ City?
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike what he does.
Yeah, me neither.
I think it's at least clever.
It is.
It's attempting to do like
it's different and it is funny. Like to me, he's funny. I don't care what anyone says, like I don't care about his personal whatever. When he does interviews like this, he is a funny guy. Now, is this thing pulling the numbers that I think they hoped it would? I don't think so, but
no. I mean, he's no Tony Schiavone, but he tries.
And then Harley Cameron, do you have any thoughts on her? I mean, recently Tony Khan decided, hey, let's cover this hot chick's face with a hologram mask and call her Harley Graham.
Well, I'm just hoping that she did not sign a long-term deal. Let's just put it that way. I mean, that's the nicest way to say it.
Multi-talented, beautiful, stunning, can sing, can rap, better than like Swerve Strickland and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Do you think that would be something they could do down the line? Like a rap battle? Like I know the Canadians love to host rap battles, so you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, King of the Dot.
King of the Dot with Harley Cameron and Swerve Strickland.
Well, I always said they should put Harley Cameron in a group, like sort of like a Hit Row knockoff kind of. I know it sounds, but like Harley Cameron, Powerhouse Hobbs, Swerve Strickland, and Prince Nana, and that should be like the Mogul Embassy or whatever. Because she can rap and she can rap better than him. He could be like, yeah, I'm pushing whatever. I don't fucking know. I'm pushing her to be the next big artist or whatever. That could be like a subplot of, because it's sort of, I don't know. The Hit Row thing worked for Swerve. I felt like to me, he had the most promise in that personally. The new Swerve we're getting in AEW, it's like, guy liner Swerve is like, okay. I don't hate him. He's not the worst thing on the show. Like I am a Swerve fan. I won't lie, but
he's average. He's very
average. He's like, people criticize him. He takes the criticism for real. Like you see it in his work. People criticize him for slapping the leg. He stopped slapping the leg as much. People criticize him for being too small. He bulked up legit, like 20, 30 pounds. You got to give him credit for that. He doesn't just take it for granted. At least I don't think. A lot of people hate the motherfucker though, as we covered already in the show. But that being said, Harley Cameron, a ventriloquist as well, though. Okay. And she does everything. She plays us a little tune here. Let's see if we get a pop out of this. Are you ready?
Oh yeah.
Everyone check it out. It's actually funny. It's something funny they produce on their YouTube channel. I feel like are too talented for AEW, bro. They should have
confusing.
a YouTube channel together, like making sketches, and they'd get millions of views. You know what I mean? It'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but have these guys thought about poison ranas?
Yeah. But have you thought about RJ? Have you thought about putting a hypodermic needle through your cheek and then getting power bombed on a cinder block? Now that'll really work. That's really funny.
So I see you guys can sing, act, and look good on television. Have you thought about jumping off a balcony?
Have you thought about being on the pre-show to Big Boom AJ's hardcore match with Hangman Adam?
Have you thought about being buried on their YouTube channel? Have you thought about that?
Hey, really hot girl that everyone loves right now, who's really popular on TV and social media. Can we have you ever thought about wearing this guy's mask from the merch table?
Have
and
you
not
even-
talking, even though you're tremendous at singing and cutting promos and rapping?
Have you ever considered maybe we should try to, I don't know, push Chris Statlander again for the 745,000th time and have it fall flat on its face?
The chemistry here is beautiful. You guys really play off each other well. I've got it. Moxley and Marina Shafir. Great.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
Marina Shafir's face like a fucking Picasso painting on that. Good God.
Oh my God. Mona Lisa by my side. What's the story? My heart goes bang, bang, boom. That's what they actually do sing, right? So do what you want me to. My heart goes bang, bang, yeah. Do. Oh shit, man. Yeah, these two are great. Go and check this out. I like RJ City. I like Harley Cameron.
And when you're done with that, make sure to go and watch AJ France. I don't know. I just can't. I can't. It's just that's one of the things about. I feel like that's what's constantly happening now when I have any exposure to anything AEW related. It's like, hey, look at this person actively humiliating themselves, or it's, hey, look at this person who's being like willfully ignored and wasted. Those are the examples I get, where it's either like, hey, look, it's a monkey fucking a coconut, or it's someone who you're looking at going, can you please just leave and go to WWE so you can be mildly appreciated for your talent? You know?
Oh man. So speaking of talent, John Cena. Now I'm going to leave this small. WWE will flag me for this for sure. It's all good though. Here is John Cena taking a shot, I guess, at Tony Khan, and he won't stand for this shit. That balding asshole. The Friday Night Wars. They said it in court, Vern Gagne. This is great. Actually, it's not great. I can't believe you're my idol, Cena. You know, Tony Khan's sitting at home dressed up like Cena, like that kid was when John Cena. Well, let's listen to this. But you remember when John Cena roasted that kid in the front row? The camera cuts across. It's Tony Khan sitting there dressed like Cena, holding a plushie. What? Me, not me. Holy shit! But
It's not my fault.
So here's John Cena roasting Tony Khan.
I make empires for billionaires.
He says, I make empires for billionaires.
All you've ever done is steal money from their kids. I make empires for.
Oh boy.
So, and then he's like, what did he say? You just take money from their kids?
You just steal money from their kids.
Steal money from their kids.
Damn, for the sickos, dude. One for the sickos.
That needs a new.
Oh, you're right, dude. See, you're calling it out. Yeah. Fucking the goat over here calling it out. Where that's one for the sickos.
Yeah, I invented Disturbed.
Yeah.
It was all my fault. I came up with it.
So, yeah.
What do you expect? Once again, this is another thing. You think Cena doesn't think AEW is hilarious and stupid? Of course he does.
Oh, for sure, man. And he's been asked about it in interviews where he's like, oh, it's great. People can go there and make money, da-da-da-da. But again, that's all anyone can say positive about AEW. Well, people could go there and make lots of money. It's like, okay.
Right. Well, this would be the same exact thing. And boy, oh boy, is this boy, this is a cruel way of saying it. But that would be like if every time someone referenced any woman, they'd be like, well, you could have sex with her body.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like, well, what kind of a person is she? So, well, I'll tell you this much. You could have sex with her body.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
that's actually a good analogy, though. You know, it's like, well, fuck, you know.
What does she have? What does she have to offer? I mean, zero. But there are some, there's some places you can enter, and if you just keep moving around in them, good stuff can happen. Wow, what a compliment,
Ringside News fucking says a report surfacing online today, that they're averaging 500K additional viewers on Max. So we already covered that, beat it to death. But just to, here's Alfred Konuwa again. This is nasty with a 30-second quip on the Cena Cody Rhodes situation here. So let's play this as it's topical. And Joey, I'll fucking get you out of here soon, brother. I know you get. Okay.
John Cena buried Tony Khan in his latest heel rant against Cody Rhodes. The last real world champion said, and I quote,
I make empires for billionaires. All you've ever done is steal money from their kids.
oh, Anthony Nepo Baby and his Wrestling Observer sycophants aren't going to like that one. And I don't think we're going to be seeing Sting at the Hall of Fame unless he just has...
Yeah, you know Sting ain't showing up now after that shit. You obviously heard about the Sting situation where Luger wants him to induct him, and Dave Meltzer's like, well, they should have do it, Brian. If I was AEW, I would have do it.
I don't really care about Sting. And that to me is like a reoccurring theme. And I know Mean Guy hates everybody. I get it. I know people, but like for me, I was never a big WCW guy. I just never really cared that much about Sting. And there's now been this quarter of a century long game with people that barely even remember him in TNA. And they're like, this motherfucker is the best.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you don't remember him. Like the same people in AEW, or the fan base in AEW, that if you showed them Sting versus Flair, they would doze off.
Oh, they'd shit all over it, man.
Yeah.
Even what he represented, he was the most like sports entertainment guy. He just showed up, had a look, did minimal, fucking got paid a shitload, got other people over, you know?
He is almost like a prehistoric version of the guy that just takes the money and doesn't give a shit. Can we really just he is.
Don't say any of this to Marv, by the way. Marvin, Movie Monster. He fucking Sting's his all-time favorite.
I know. There's some people. Well, I mean, there's some people that, you know, I don't know, fucking Smash Mouth is their favorite band. I can't, you know, there's somebody that's going to tell, there's somebody that is going to tell you with a straight face. They're going to look at you and be like, I love the Black Eyed Peas. They're the best. They're my favorite artists. And you have to look at them and go, okay, well, that's your favorite.
Pre-Fergie or post-Fergie? What are we talking about?
Well, you got to have Fergie in there. Yeah. Clearly, she was the talent. But by the way, if you go and this is, I'll just put this out to you guys. When you're off the show, and I'm not going to do it because I've heard this enough. But when you're off the show, go listen to the song "Big Girls Don't Cry" by Fergie, and you will hear the worst, most horribly produced piece of shit song that has ever existed in humanity. The worst lyrics makes I'm gonna miss you like a child misses its blanket.
But I gotta get a move on with my life.
Yeah. And because she can't sing, you can actually hear the words cut. It sounds like like an audio ransom letter, because they just word to word, it's like cut out of magazines where she's just like, you know, la 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 la. But that's kind of like Sting. So that's kind of Sting.
Oh my god. Okay, let's finish what Alfred say brings it back to Sting.
Has complete disregard for Tony Khan's authority, which, let's face it, most AEW wrestlers do. ATM AEW is the Jacksonville Jaguars of pro wrestling, for better or worse, and John Cena.
Yeah, so Cena cooked him. That shit is hilarious. Moving along here, a couple more here for the numbers guy B. MJF has reacted to AEW being referenced during Cody Rhodes and John Cena's promo on Raw. MJF had this to say: I truly don't get why fans get up in arms when WWE mentions or references AEW, or when AEW mentions or references WWE. If you want to be treated like children, watch Elmo, or better yet, tell VKM to start a new promotion.
This guy's such a fucking cornball. He's such a cornball.
And by the way, you're all fat and you're poor and your dicks are small. And you're gay. You know?
Yeah. Oh, do you not like when people make references, pal?
Yeah.
I want to be like,
you're the best MJF, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly. Oh, you don't like that? Boo-hoo, fatty. You know.
At this point, MJF's on the list of people where it's just like, shut up and take your money.
Yeah.
You know, like no one wants to. I don't want to hear an opinion from him anymore. He's Sting. He's tiny Sting.
Oh, does it make you sad? Me and Becky Lynch shared a frappuccino on the set of Happy Gilmore 2. Oh, cry about it.
Oh, are you upset at the fact that I'm gonna have $50 million in the bank, even though I haven't drawn $10 in the past 6 years? Like, God, give me a fucking break. Give me a break with this guy. Carry the water, Max. Carry the water. Just don't pour it on your head. Your hair will fall off.
And so Wrestling Observer Radio is like, AEW is monitoring when Collision faces WWE competition when it comes to Saturdays. So apparently AEW now, they're all worried about when they go head to head with fucking WrestleMania and Saturday Night Main Event and all that shit. So therefore, more shows may be moving to days like Thursdays. WBD does not want to go against a wrestling show on NBC. Well, this is when we were just told in the news that WBD doesn't care about internet chatter report. WBD don't care about online discourse around AEW ratings, right? And this is from Cultaholic, but then you scroll up here, and then Wrestling Observer Radio, who I'm sure are the ones who said that WBD don't care, I don't know. I didn't read that fucking dumb article because it's like they're in the TV business. They care, you know, they care about TV ratings, you know?
Yeah.
So, and it might not be the way that Meltzer fucking deduces them or whatever, but they still care to some degree. So, now we're hearing literally 2-3 days later, they care so much about the ratings that they don't want to go head to head with WWE anymore, Saturday Night Main Event. So we're going to get more Thursday collisions. So WBD does not want to go against a wrestling show on NBC. There you go. So they don't care about ratings or internet chatter about ratings, but they're moving their whole fucking show to Thursdays now. And they've gone head to head with themselves, reminder, but they won't with WWE because they don't care about it. Like, no.
Yeah.
And perhaps against pay-per-views as well. And then just last thing, Joe, before you jump in, like they're doing the spring breakthrough, Dynamite and Collision. And do you know why it's called spring breakthrough? Because WCW, these are the shows where they surpass Nitro's time on Turner. Not fucking WCW as a whole, not if you combine all the Thunders and Nitros or whatever, or Saturday night, WCW Saturday night. They're beating Nitro with these two shows being on Turner, and so they're calling them spring breakthroughs. What do you make of all that shit?
They're at this point literally competing with ghosts.
Yes, literally.
You're competing with a ghost. I mean, that's how else do you describe this? You know, like let's try to think of a failed business from the late 90s, early 2000s, some sort of
it's like starting a fucking video store and going, oh yeah, we're going to compete with Blockbuster. And it's like, well, they don't exist anymore.
Netflix has beat out Blockbuster, like Tower Records, or like, it's just, guys, it's been dead for 25 years.
It's crazy.
And
it's so crazy.
Picture your competition is something that has not been around for a quarter of a century, and you think you're really kind of putting the boots to, take that. We're showing you, dude. If anything, all this shows you is how much television has degenerated to the point where it's like, please just put what you're going to pay 90% of this shit, and we'll pay 10% of it. Whatever puts it on television. It's not something to brag about.
Joey, that fucking chocolate rain guy, bro. We got stiff competition here on YouTube.
Man, this YouTube, I don't know. I'm going to compete with that Mr. Beast guy or something. Like, it's so goofy. And by the way, I was
thinking 25 years ago, but
yeah. Oh no, but I feel, oh god, 25 years.
Yeah, the Numa yay guy, Numa, you know, that guy. We're competing with the fucking hamster dance.
You see Eric Bischoff. He's like, God damn it, get me Tay Zonday or whatever the fuck his name is. That's a star, damn it. That's a star. No, it's a goof, and I really think there's a part of Tony Khan that really believes like he's going to needle Eric Bischoff with this. Bischoff is like my mom's age. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck. He made his money. He lives out on like a log cabin overlooking like beautiful mountains. Yeah. I don't think he's sitting around like feeling boner pain, rage, anger.
Oh, well, that's because he's got a Blue Chew. We got a sponsorship with Blue Chew there. Yeah. So Eric will never feel boner pain again. Just ask Mrs. B. There, Joey Numbers.
Oh, come on there, Eric. I mean, it's not. That's not very fair to mountains to compare your penis to them. That's not fair at
I know
all.
it's hard as a rock thanks to Blue Chew, and you can save now with Pro Wrestle Times using the promo code down below.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Eric. It's not like I've used all of you people like a Gundam where I can crawl inside of you and try to eat all your clout for the past 10 years as well as everything else. That's not what it is at all, Eric. That's not it. And Bischoff is just sitting there like, can I leave and go eat dinner with my wife? Can I please just
Come
go
on
eat?
now, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Eric. I mean, what do you want to feel some sense of satisfaction in your life?
That's not very fair now, Eric, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it, but that's not very fair to say that a healthy AEW isn't good when they give StarCast a booth for good old JR and myself to sit there. You know,
do you think that JR really must feel like such a fucking just a pig with lipstick on, don't you think? He's just this poor son of a bitch.
Oh, poor JR.
He's like, can I just?
I'm not gonna. I respect him too much to fucking. But yes, Tony offers him so much money that he's obviously he's like, fuck it. I just want to drink Moscow mules and drink smoke cigarettes, kid. So he doesn't give a fuck.
He's just sitting there at these events and they're just like, say slobber knocker again, Piano Man.
Yeah.
Like
tell them how amazing and diverse all the matches are. No, you know what I mean?
But you know what though? I hope he's just completely fucking blasted on edibles and all these things.
Yeah, me too.
Just in another fucking planet.
I hope he gets so rich from Tony Khan's money, he downloads his fucking brain and puts it into like an avatar body so he can live forever and we can hear his fucking voice. For real, dude. I want him to live forever, man. JR's, one of the GOATs, and just to see his last.
I
want him to be in the Triple H regime WWE. That's one of the guys where I'm like, he deserves to be there. I don't know.
I hope he's so high that he's talking about the Anunnaki himself.
yeah. I hope he's like,
that's what I hope.
He's all down with the fucking space geography wrestling show that we formulated.
He's like, oh my
commentary
God.
for it. By God, King Lord Xenu slammed Lord Cuervo in a match against Lord Jamar. By God, there's a firmament. They're at the top of the firmament, King. Oh my God, he's broken in half.
Yeah, my God, have you ever seen a meteor shower like this in your life? Puts on the Owen voice for a meteor shower. Jeez. All right, I'm geriatric. I must get
I
out
was
of here.
just gonna say, Joey, you've been too kind. You stayed with us so long. It is now it's the half of the hour right on cue. So thank you so much. Plug what you got to plug, please, and thank you, my good friend.
Go follow everything on Wrestling Soup. Go comment on Spot. For some reason, Spotify truly hates us. It's like an ongoing joke now where if you go on YouTube, people are like surprisingly pretty nice. But on Spotify, we can post a show and 15 minutes later, people are like, I thought this is dog shit. I hate you. I hate you.
That's all I've ever I've gotten maybe like one nice comment on Spotify as well. They're all just like, you should do this and try this and this sucks. And it's like, all right.
Yeah. My favorite thing to do is when people give advice about doing anything. Like, hey, have you guys thought about doing this? I'm like, oh, cool. Thanks, Kid Hollywood. I'll take your advice. Let me run that by my agent. It's a fucking podcast. Shut up, nerd.
Joey fucking numbers, man. Okay, at Wrestling Soup on X and at Wrestling Soup 2010 on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, we're on the push for 10K on YouTube. So get over there and subscribe to
there
that.
and do it. And also on Discord, you guys are active there. And I got to come kick it with you guys on the Soup sometime soon. I'm thinking.
Oh yeah, well we'll talk ancient astronauts.
Yes, exactly. And Eric Dubé and all of the the ancient aliens and all of that. Listen, everyone, big round of applause for Joe Numbers in the building. He was here. Thank you, Joe, for doing this. I appreciate you.
Kiss.
Oh man, what an amazing, absolutely amazing lineup that was. I'm gonna check in with chat. We're gonna finish AEW news, and then we're gonna get into some other good, funky old stuff. Quite on the same theme. Do you know what I mean? So let's check in with chat. That was an amazing, fun, grand old time there, and yeah, holy shit. Just the three biggest assholes, I would say. I would say we're the holy trinity of like Zero fucks given, But Lincoln Hawk for 2 says Speedball looks like a short Temu Jerry Flynn. He looks, I'm telling you guys, look up the Taekwondo movie. And I like Speedball. I'm not even shitting on the guy, but that was a funny reference where Danny McBride plays like a Taekwondo guy. And it's not from what's that movie called? Not Tropic Thunder. Pineapple Express. It's not from Pineapple Express, but it's one where like he literally plays like a karate guy the whole time. That's what Speedball reminds me of. Like if he were grown up, Swan Man Hunter for 2 says Kevin Knight is probably making $1 million for sure, 6 figures for sure. 6
allegedly.
So Plinian Pixel Art for 10 says silly Joey AJ invented puppies. Yeah, puppies, right? Oh man, that was too funny. He couldn't let the AJ Francis hate go. That was so good, man. Yeah, and I saw some in chat too. You guys were going off, and it's like I had something I was gonna say, but it's like then we'll just be on this forever. He invented the wheel, he invented fire. You could just keep going, but funny shit, man. Thank you, Plinian. Thank you. Plinian will be the mod in the Twitch, okay, along with George. So I think if that's how Twitch works, I'm going to need Plinian over there just when he can, because he's a busy cat as well. But he's my Twitch guru, which we're going to start streaming on a lot more now as well. You're not allowed to say certain words on Twitch, and I'm surprised. I don't think anyone got called like an incel or a virgin this whole show, but I was like, I better do this on Twitter instead of Twitch for the first time because I got awful and because I've got awful and Joe Numbers coming on, so Alt Jake takes on says what challenger brand runs from competition? Exactly, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. You're right. That's just a great point. Miss October 30 for 10 says my siblings and I just moved to our basement. Damn. I hope you guys do not get caught up in this tornado. We are waiting out the tornado warning. Phil, you and Chad are keeping me calm. Good. Yeah, just chill. Put your energy here. You're going to be fine. Just like hide in a tub or something. I don't get away from any explosives, okay? Unless you're Moxley, right? Then fucking maybe, who knows? You'll survive them. I need to be as the older sibling at this time. Love you guys. Oh, good. Yeah, stay calm. We love you too. And yeah, Jesus Christ. Is it that serious? Like, what kind of tornado warnings? Let me check in with regular schmegular chat and some of our members as well. And let me know, like, what kind of tornado warnings are going on? I'm completely oblivious to this. It started like blizzarding here randomly after it already became spring, and that now it's like spring again. So I'm not dealing with that, but I'm not a Twitch expert, but I'm happy to educate as best I can. Yeah. We're going to talk NXT. Hell yeah, we are. We're going to get into WWE news. Let me check in. George Plinian may have to show me the ropes there. Yeah. He knows better than anyone. I liked Foot Fist Way. Okay. You missed the biggest a-hole. Love you, Dis. Did Dis pop in here? I completely missed it if that was the case. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch up with chat. What the hell? PWT chat has jumped the shark tonight. Yeah, is it out of hand? You guys told me to read it back. Boom, 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 boom. Jericho wrote the Gettysburg Address. Brave, Sir Robin. The Pepsi challenge was just Pepsi hiding from Coke and not letting anyone taste Pepsi if Cole, okay. And yeah, he bravely turned his tail and ran. I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about half the time. There you go, chat. No, Dis wasn't here. I meant that you can't have the biggest group of assholes without Dis. I suppose I'm gonna say this though. Fucking Dis is a lot more tame. He uses his intellect more than fucking like viciousness. The way I say So maybe we're the most ruthless. We're like it's like the play a haters ball though. We're all there, right? But Awful's like the Silky Johnson. That's the that's the reference we made at the top of it. And shout out Dis, by the way. Okay. Let's continue. We got more AEW news. I mean, we do. Hopefully some of it, or it will. And all these charts I'm saving down here, it's because I'm doing a pod that I'm going to record, PWT Pod 91. And you guys will see. We're going to break some of this down like realistically and stuff with some folks. Okay. So definitely tap into that. We got some follow-ups to the hilarity that we just had with Awful and your boy Joe there. So let's get into it. Let's see. So some of these keep like disappearing as I scroll up. There's so much in here AEW news-wise this week, folks. So let me scroll down. It doesn't want me to stay here. X is glitching out. Okay. So Swerve basically, yeah, dude, it keeps glitching. Holy shit. Let's start at the top and work our way down, pal. So they're AEW, like to me, I pointed this out. Maybe this should be in the sicko segment, right? So here, let me hit an Ichi Nissan Da, okay? And then we're gonna get into this.
Ichi D.
So look at this. Like these people are saying the exact same things. So here's Drain Bamager saying AEW this week alone has rescheduled Collision on Thursday, which is going head-to-head against Mania Night 1. Removed ROH Supercard of Honor pay-per-view from Mania weekend and relocated it to May. Created their own All-In weekend, shifted All-In Texas to afternoon to counter WWE's SNME counter programming. Super smart moves. Multiple smart moves. And then this guy we talked about earlier. All AEW this week alone has done the following. Boom. Copied and pasted the same thing, man. These guys are beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. We're Robot Skynet, right? And then he adds his own little. So what I call this is like, you know, Britney Spears is performing live and she's just lip syncing, but then after a line, she's like, hit me, baby, one more time. Come on, y'all with it. And then she actually says that, but she's lip syncing the whole time. So this guy just copied that other guy's shit. And then in brackets goes TK playing chess. Very smart moves by AEW. And it's like, you dumb fuck. Yeah, we're all playing chess. The saying is he's playing 4D chess. Fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. They can't even get the sayings correct without cringing out and fucking up, right? But they put out their beep boop beep statements like, look, this is the same shit, dude. Fucking a robot, a mass, right? A mass fucking post sent out there like an MLM scheme or something. Moving along here, we have Jimmy Jam tweeted this to BJ Bethel, who put out all those fucking reports and exclusive AEW streaming numbers, actual numbers on Max streaming app. 3 words in. 3 fucking words in. There's a typo. All Elite Wrestling is averaging around 500,000 viewers. This is the fucking article you all are pretending is proof and verifiable fact that these numbers are it's just legit. This is such baloney bullshit, man. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. We move along. As expected, Collision on Saturday suffered a big drop because they don't have the fucking lead-in from the NBA. So Meltzer's like, oh, this huge number, but the key demo's still trending down, and that's because they're all watching on Max. Instead of like just saying, no, there's no basketball. NCAA, rather, I might have said NBA before. So Raj Giri says, because of March Madness, whatever the fuck, Collision averaged 339K viewers, down 17% from the overall, because only 300,000 people watch them. Even the 39's inflated. We know that. But anyways, the key demos down 0.09, down 10%. The audience was the second lowest of the year, not against a PLE, and was even lower than the last time they were against an NFL playoff game. Year over year, Collision was down 26%. So again, it's always wishful thinking with motherfuckers, you know, high IQ journalism. Exactly. Right. Like it's always just wishful thinking and motherfuckers who don't know how to type trying to tell us their math that they heard from Meltzer. And none of these people know what they're talking about at the end of the day. So let's continue along here. Switchblade responds to Urand Puck, who says Thursday Night Football audience in 2022, 9.6 million viewers on Amazon. In 2021, 16.2 million viewers on Fox. That's a 41% audience drop, right? And so Switchblades, like, to show you how bogus Bethel's numbers are, when Thursday Night Football moved to Prime, it did about 60% of what it was doing on Fox the previous year. Yet we are supposed to believe that an AEW simulcast is doing 80% of the fucking number when NFL went exclusive and couldn't get 60. They want us to believe it's more fucking bigger than the NFL. Jesus, man. So Meltzer said what also has a response to this, the GOAT. He says, BJ, you know this is a complete lie, as even the NFL isn't pulling 80%. He pulls, like, see, we have fucking, you know, he starts pulling Meltzer's cards here. Since the start of the year, AEW has been on Max. No Max numbers are available. So they don't know what they are, so you're all lying. Well, a guy corroborated it. Right now, PWT's doing 4 million on Max. My fucking wife corroborated it. You know, like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, that's great. You know, who? And they all hide behind that. No one tells their sources. You don't have to tell a source. Like, just explain, like, someone who does the math there said it. Okay. You know, it's just ridiculous, man. Anyway, so here's another thing from Dave. I've seen nobody with any facts at all who can even hazard a reasonable guess. But Dave is being defensive of Bethel when we get there. Now, this stuff is in Dave Meltzer's dumb moment. We'll play a fucking flute right now because I know you guys love them, right? We'll blow up the spot here, but just Meltzer going, literally, my most asked question is the unanswerable one about how many people are watching on Max. As noted, those numbers are kept secret. I guess the answer is it's significant, but we have no idea how significant. So the answer is it's significant, but we have no idea how significant.
I don't know!
Because that's, you know, that's how it works. Right? Down here, and any educated guesses would come from looking at these numbers that are invisible and we don't know. So here we go. Grok. What is Grok bringing? Everyone's bringing Grok into shit. I'm getting tired of it, okay? I don't care what Grok thinks about you or me. It's fucking lame. You guys, you know, no, it is funny sometimes, but it's like, Grok, listen, someone explained it. It's just a fucking blender of what everyone else says, you know? So it's not even like it's telling you anything intelligent or AI is some shit. It's cringe. But anyways, Grok says another candidate is the Super Bowl, which is I'm not reading all this, okay? It's from a fucking robot. I might as well read BJ Bethel tweets if I'm going to read that. But either way, yeah, that's a thing that happened right there, was all these people getting owned over Dave Meltzer owning everyone as well with his own words, you know? So Speedball Mike Bailey says Ricochet is one of the best promos in AEW. He says he's done a really, really good job talking about his character work, right? The new persona. He's a Frenchman, right? Isn't he? He developed, and how's that really helped him stand out as a wrestler? I think he is right now one of the best promos in AEW. And one of the promos I can't wait to hear from him is how unfair it was that he lost to Speedball Mike Bailey because I kicked too hard. Excellent. We talked about Booker T and Swerve, you know, Booker T, G-check Swerve. We have some other people piping in talking about how, you know, this Dynamite like happened. I wasn't paying attention. I'll have to watch it again later, which I will do. So I'm not one of these phonies. You're a big fat phony. WrestleTix. So death of AEW, quite the name. Awful Wrestling, who was on the show earlier, said WrestleTix can't run away from their former AEW Tix handles. So for those of you who are unaware, WrestleTix used to be called AEW Tix, but then it just wasn't like working out after a while, obviously, right? Not to be a hater. And so they changed to WrestleTix just overall, you know? And so Dynamite ticket sales, they conveniently fake out the actual number of seats by claiming total number of seats on map 5,980. Actually, the arena holds 11,442. Dynamite will fill up 24% of the building tomorrow. Quit lying for a billionaire, you fuckers. So, yeah, they've been exposed more and more. WrestleTix, like, he's not doing legit work here. He's like covering for AEW in a way, and he used to be AEW Tix. Now, hey, I'll let Awful cover that. Again, I'm going to look at what WrestleTick says, but now we're looking at it like, oh, we can't even believe everything he's saying. So, and he undid his retweets and comments and shit a long time ago. I think he went private as well. He has me as a follower. I don't hate on WrestleTicks. I've invited him on the pod to no avail, unfortunately, but because I think what he does is important. But if now we learn it's muddied up and he's like covering, then it's like, fuck, man. So we'll keep an eye on it. Awful will definitely keep an eye on it, and I'll check back in. You guys know. So T-Mac says to Raj Geary, what are your thoughts on the numbers for AEW on Max, true or not? And Raj is like, I don't doubt BJ got those numbers from someone with WBD. I do, Raj. But remember in 2023 when WBD claimed that Dynamite brings in more than 4 million viewers, to TBS every Wednesday? At that time, Dynamite was averaging like 900 to 950,000 viewers. It's easy to manipulate numbers, especially when they're private streaming numbers. Dynamite averaged 594K viewers in December. According to that article, it's now doing 1 to 1.2 with Max, which would mean their audience jumped 67 to 100+% in just a few months. That would mean the company is doing numbers they were doing at their peak. Does that pass the smell test? Not fucking at all, dude. And even with Netflix numbers, I usually use the hours streamed as the best indicator. Exactly. That's forward thinking. That's the way the business is moving, for Christ's fucking sakes. So here we go. Here's Switchblade providing context. He's like, for people who doubt that the average salary could be $567K, Fightful confirmed Okada's getting $4.5 million. So that's just him alone. Okay. Let alone all the other names, the evidence I presented on my own earlier, what the media said about Mercedes Moné, right? So AJ Francis says this seems too bad Joey wasn't here. He pops back in. Well, AJ Francis, this seems like a good time as any to post this completely random picture of myself and Booker T. So they're uniting against Swerve Strickland. Swerve Strickland, this is the one I wanted to start with here, and this is the end of AEW news. Swerve Strickland says, y'all really gonna get mad about my next interview then? So he's saying, like, you guys are gonna get mad as fuck about the next one I do. Let's see it. Let's hear it. I'm down to cover these wars on my show. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, yes, all of this information here that you guys still see remaining in the bookmarks is for a podcast I'm doing, likely tomorrow evening, going to record for you guys. Hopefully, if everything works out. Ladies and gentlemen, that round of applause for AEW news and the intro. That was the intro to the show, ladies and gentlemen. That was the intro to the whole thing. Do you guys know what I'm saying? I'm going to check in with chat one more time, and then we're going to jump over to WWE news because I know you guys are dying for it. I will react to... I'm not going to review NXT. Okay, sorry, guys. But you guys know I love the show and another stellar show. I will react to this Dynamite, I guess, I'll review this Dynamite. It's been a while. It's been a while since I could... Right? But I'm going to do a review of Dynamite on Saturday's show. How about that? Okay, because I haven't done a formal review. I just watch it and get mad live typically. So I just react to the shit live. So we'll do like a formal review. Maybe I can tuck an NXT one in there. We're going to talk about some NXT stuff right now. So there's no point in doing a fucking review of it. Overall, good show, great show. Ricky Starks won the title, blah, blah, blah. You guys fucking know. We're going to get into it. So, let's take a gander actually here. We lost audio for so we're going to share that fucking screen again. There we go. Okay. And if I start playing a video and you guys don't hear it, just tell me. Okay. So everybody hydrate. Let me see what my iced coffee situation's looking like. Yeah, gonna need some more. And everybody hydrate. I'm gonna check in with chat here as well. And we're gonna get into some WWE news, guys. What an eclectic, amazing show this has been tonight. WWE's got quite a bit going on as well. WWE does, some interesting things not a lot of people are talking about as well. I come with the heat here at PWT. We cover the obscure things in news that you don't necessarily hear everywhere else. So let's get into this. I'm hydrated. Let me check in with chat, actually. Sorry. MJG, here we go. So for 5 says twice this year, AEW has bait and switched paying customers who bought tickets to a stadium show months in advance. What the actual dude? What the actual?
You what?
And you know what they say?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
MJ, me and you are going to fucking wrap this in a bow for everybody tomorrow. We're going to put the cherry on top of this when we go over some of those charts and graphs and we get your thoughts on it all tomorrow on PWT Pod, okay? That's my guess. We stooged it right here. But you're absolutely right, and you're going to talk more about that. Storm past, we are in the clear. This is great. Everybody fucking air horns for Miss October 30. She made it.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, sorry, wrong one. No, I'm confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high. Okay, so let's play a breaking news, although it's not breaking. We're going to get So the word is that Karrion Kross's WWE contract is set to expire this summer, although not confirmed. Those spoken to within WWE have been ecstatic with Kross's ability to get himself over on social media and the angles he's been involved in on WWE. I don't know if he fucking stays, man. This could be the time that Tony shills the bag out for him and Scarlett because he knows he's a Triple H guy, but who knows? Maybe he re-signs a big deal and he actually gets a push as like U.S. champ or something like that. That could be really cool. NXT talent are reportedly unhappy via Fightful Gossip with the new stand and deliver start time of 9:30 a.m. The new start time will likely mean they have to arrive at around 2 a.m. to prepare for the show. It's no surprise that they're unhappy with these times. Yeah, guys, I wanted to go live for like stand and deliver all the way through, but I just don't think that that's going to that's not going to be able to happen. You know what I mean? It starts so early. I'm going to watch it and like quickly give my thoughts as WrestleMania starts when I go live both times or whatever. But ultimately, we're not going to be able to watch stand and deliver. Like I'm not going to, especially if I'm doing both nights of WrestleMania. You know what I mean? That's so much to get done. And so I love you guys, but yeah, I'm going to wake up early and watch it, you know, but yeah, it's just so it's so early to do that, you know? But if the wrestlers are unhappy, I don't know. That remains to be seen. That's Fightful Gossip there, so we don't know. Kevin Nash says Jey Uso looks tired and needs to do some cardio. So let's take a listen to Click This, Sean Oliver and Kevin Nash, and hear what they have to say about your boy Yeet. Now, can I get a Yeet? I'm sure they respect your boy Jey Uso, but come on now. Okay, let's play.
Hey, how the Usos look to you in the ring?
I thought Jay looked tired. I think Jay looks like he's put some weight on. I think the pressure of this spot is weighing on him because the people haven't, you know, he's over as fuck. He's just got to relax. I think he needs to do some cardio. You know, I think he needs to, because he's just, I don't know how much time he's putting in on. I don't know how many house shows they're even doing.
Hey, how the Usos look to you?
Look at Click This doing some PWT action there, scrolling through the pics online. How about that? So yeah, I mean that's his opinion. The whole cardio thing. I mean, I'm not entirely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like gonna agree or disagree or like I'm not against that. Everybody should do a little more cardio, you know what I mean? But that's Kevin Nash's analysis. Of course, people go, oh, like Nash was known for his cardio. Well, it's not about that, you know? But exclusive, Mark Henry responds to viral video of Hulk Hogan being booed at wrestling themed DJ night. And he says, if you look at the stuff with Hulk Hogan, it went worldwide. Everybody heard the fact that the crowd booed him. I didn't boo. I just played his music and I didn't go boo. I didn't do none of that. I just hit click and got ready to blend it into something else and went, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I stopped and I was like, what's going on? Y'all don't like that? No, that's That's the world. He did that to himself. I mean, I'm just the DJ. Hey, Mr. DJ, turn the record on. I want to dance with my baby. Wah, wah, wah. Madonna and fucking Hulk Hogan have to be the same age now, no? That's a real American if I've ever seen one. Madonna? No, chat? So, Ariel Helwani. So, here's some positive stuff, I guess, from Bret Hart, where he's talking about, well, let's take a listen. I think this has to do with Hulk Hogan again. I don't know if this is actually that positive, but here we go. We're talking to Ariel Helwani about WWE stuff over on the Ariel Helwani show. Some people were like, this is a TKO-owned company with a TKO-owned... Ariel just went independent, bro, okay? He works with Yahoo and shit. I don't know if they're owned by TKO, but, you know, people are just coming out of the woodworks with the conspiracies over Bret Hart just saying AEW's phony and shitty. He said that about so many people. You know, he said that about WCW. You guys aren't crying about that.
I feel that way.
I really appreciate that. And, you know I heard like something a few months ago where Hulk Hogan was talking about me, and he said, the problem with Bret Hart is that he really does think he was the greatest wrestler of all time. And I remember thinking about that and going, yeah, maybe. Like that might be the most truthful thing he's ever said. And
He
and
just
then I think,
owns
you know, when you
it.
watch
He just owns it. He's like, you right.
a lot of the wrestlers today, you don't see anybody imitating Hulk Hogan or Ultimate Warrior. You see a lot of the wrestlers today.
Very true. Very, very true. You could say Bret was old school, but he was sort of the future a little bit if you think about it, you know?
Really trying their best to capture my style or some of the guys that I worked with, like Dynamite.
And maybe people would argue, but that's why wrestling's not as popular. And that's true. If they were all gargantuan steroid monsters, then maybe it would be better, right? Who knows?
My kid or Kurt Hennig.
Or I mean, like a better in terms of the fucking presentation and all of that, right? Like recapturing Hulkamania, doing as little as possible, but selling, you know, you got to do a lot, even in WWE, you got to do a lot in your matches, you know, even when you draw the house, we expect a lot in the matches.
And my brother Owen and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, they're wrestling my style. And that's the biggest compliment that I can get from today's generation is that.
I feel that way.
I really appreciate
So here was the Raw card. We did that show already. Okay, so WWE has added fake This Is Awesome chants to Netflix version of WWE WrestleMania 40. They have been added in during the tag team title ladder match where it replaces a holy shit chant. They've also gone into other shows and done this. I have to be honest. That makes rewatches fucked up, man. It's sort of rewriting history. I would love if they gave a PG version of everything and then you can choose, or you can watch the mature version of everything, right? And then they can leave in all the original stuff, even if it was a little, you know, people might call it misogynistic with the puppies, pal, or when Kat did pull her titties out on Raw or whatever, you know, like I'm not even saying you can't blur it out, but just like leave those moments in, just because for historical purposes and for mature audiences who can go, okay, I can watch Roddy Piper do the blackface sketch, you know, I don't like it. It's yes, it was, as Joe said earlier in the show, it was distasteful back then, but that's like, you know, it was just different time. People did different shit. So yes, I don't. But just to see it for historical purposes, but then give a PG version. Maybe you want to show your kids and you don't want them to know about DX doing that, or you don't want them to hear certain words or whatever. Maybe that should be the route, but then you got to upload 2 versions of everything. So I don't know, but I think this is a massive L for WWE to do that. I really fucking do. I got to be honest, you know? Maybe one day, though, we get the tapes. Raquel Rodriguez gets emotional talking about her skin condition with Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet. Check out his show Insight. I won't tell you what she says. Let's listen to what she has to say. And shout out Raquel, man, has come back and really back like Raquel, you know, but she got rid of like the, hey, I smile and here's my back. And now she does more. And I've been really enjoying her with Liv, you know, I know Rhea kind of made Raquel feel a little Camille-ish there for a bit during that feud, but they've been really good together, and her and the Judgment Day I've really enjoyed it.
Honestly, it's a puzzle. I'm still trying to figure it out.
You still don't know what it is.
I still don't know what it is. I still don't know what's triggering me. I think I have a little bit of mast cell, even though I wasn't tested for it. I think you can still have some sort of it.
Someone said, wasn't Cat flashing during a pay-per-view? Whatever the fuck it was, just leave it in context, like the fucking, I played WWF or WWE, one of the ones, SmackDown versus Raw, or Here Comes the Pain, or one of those ones, right? Shut your mouth. In that era, I was playing one of them not long ago, and they have the Braun panties match. It's like, who the fuck is going to play that? That's ridiculous. Some of the things you buy from the Shop Zone are like a different video game dancing diva. It's but for historical, it was like, oh yeah, this is funny, So you go back, am I looking up the fucking Braun panties matches to give them star ratings? Like, no, but just to have it in the way it was, I think that's important, just to have it there. If people have agency, like I don't have baby ears, I should be allowed to choose if I want to, hear a holy shit chant, especially when it's a holy shit chant. I'm going to the extreme with my examples. Holy shit chant, switch to this is awesome. I don't know, man.
Because my body just reacts at random times.
So what made you need to take the time off?
Well, at the time, that whole year, I was actually like these reactions, I can deal with this. I can show up and I can be confident that I don't need to wear makeup today. I have some eyeliner on, some eyelashes, and that's about it. A little lipstick. And I'm like, that's okay. This is my life. And I want to be open about it. I want people to know who are allergic to makeup that you're beautiful and you don't have to wear it. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
But at the time a year ago, yeah, I was like swelling up. It was to the point where I was unrecognizable to myself. Like I was looking in the mirror and I was like, who is she? Who is this person? And I avoided mirrors. I avoided cameras. I avoided phones. I didn't want to know anything about the
That's like a fucking supervillain arc, dude.
outside world because I was just in such a dark place physically, and it was physically taxing, but I know that was taking such a big toll on me mentally. And I told myself, I cannot stay here, that this is right now, but this isn't forever. I have to tell myself that like, it's going to get better. And I just kept telling myself that. And I think that really, really helps like your mental state when you're in these conditions and you can't control it because it's out of my control. I don't know what's going on with me. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to grab you a tissue.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah. But I just kept telling myself, this isn't forever. You're going to get through this. And I mean, I had my family.
Chris is the fucking, he's the man. You know what I mean?
I'm so blessed. So blessed because I have such a strong family that was there for me. Like my 6-year-old niece is praying for God to take the redness away. She doesn't have to do that, but she does that. She does that for me every night. And I had amazing friends, Liv constantly checking on me, Jet from Makeup always checking on me, like just really, really amazing people that wanted to come visit me. But it was something I had to get through.
Good. And she's still thankful. And that's very good. And her family first, of course, comes to mind. Amazing shit. And I'm glad to see she's doing the damn thing. She's at the top of her game, I'd say now.
Honestly, it's a puzzle.
She's not like blowing you away with her matches or anything, but it's her and Liv are a good pairing. So I'm glad that she's working with it and just able to be on TV, do what she loves. So Charlotte Flair has addressed the rumored return of the WWE Evolution PLE, saying she's looking forward to making magic at the event. Should be announced. She says, one of my favorite matches is from the first Evolution, Becky Lynch, Last Woman Standing. One of my top 3 favorite matches. There's always rumors that it's happening. So until it happens, I can't say yet because we don't know. I think it'd be great if we have it, but I still think the goal is to have more main events and more storylines and so on. The magic that I created on the first one, if it comes to fruition, I look forward to creating more magic on Evolution too. Yeah, it should be a yearly thing. And instead of women's tag titles, they should have a women's tag team tournament where they every year where they crown like give them a cup or whatever, like crown them like, oh, you won it this year, and then that way you can do the oddball women's teams that they always like to do. And then you can have some who parade around together who then are also like all year long, like Liv and Raquel, who then are also involved in the singles women's titles. You guys get what I'm getting at? Because we see like, oh, the tag champs are in the women's elimination chamber. Oh, the tag champs are in this women's triple threat for the fucking, like, they're always just involved in the main, like kind of using the tag belts to hunt down the fucking women's titles. So it's like, why not scrap it and just once a year at Evolution, you have a tag tournament as like the B storyline going into Evolution, you know? That makes way more fucking sense, I think. So you guys asked me to talk about, and we didn't talk about this in AEW news. We put it in WWE news to have a laugh there, but how dare they? After this and Bret Hart's comments, god damn it. I won't stand for this shit. And John Cena too? What the fuck? How dare John Cena? Right? So, you know what they say, dude? They say that the best guy is
The best guy is Tony Khan.
But as NXT went off the air, they got Tony fumbled chance because Ricky Starks wins the NXT North American Championship. They also strip Stephanie Vaquer and put it up for a fucking title match. I think it's stupid too. People are complaining. I agree. It's stupid. Now, they did make her make history. Like I said, the reason this is happening is because of what your boy Phil said a long time ago on the show. They're fast tracking her to the main roster, so she can't have the longest reign of all time like Asuka did with 2 years as the NXT women's. Like, she can't do any of that. So what has no woman done in NXT, quote unquote? No one's won 2 belts and then defended both of them simultaneously. You know what I mean? And then fucking relinquish one to... If this happened in MMA, people would be like, she's the GOAT. But because it's wrestling, they're all like, this is stupid. And it is kind of dumb. I do agree. Like, they should have given her... They could have given her until after Stand and Deliver. Or she could have been in the ladder match, the multi-woman, lose it at Stand and Deliver, and then she somehow fights from underneath after going through tables and losing her belt earlier. She fucking defends her belt at Stand and Deliver like the women's one. They could have done something way better with it than just stripping her and being like, here, the women get a shot. But you got to remember, they did the same shit with Keith Lee, did they not? They did the same shit before where the North American men's title just got relinquished, right? And then fucking for no reason, I'm pretty sure it was Keith Lee because he had both belts. And then they just had a ladder match and all the people in that ladder match, I don't think any of them work in the company anymore. Maybe Spears was in that match. I can't remember, but either way, pretty crazy. I think like Lars Sullivan was that, right? Chat with like the Velveteen Dream. All those guys were in it, right? I can't remember. Maybe that was a different multi-man ladder match. Maybe that was for the first ever North America. I can't remember, but either way, at one point, the North American was just relinquished, and then people for the men as well. So, sort of doing the same thing that they've done in the past with the okay, you know, it is what it is. But speaking of the men's North American championship, I told you guys they're gonna go head to head with AEW on like a Tuesday. Got the club going up on a Tuesday or like on a Wednesday or something, right? And they're going to have Ethan Page, Ricky Starks. I predicted this so long ago, which is so crazy. I didn't know any of this shit would ever happen, but I was like, for the NXT title, though, I didn't say North American, but I was like, for the NXT title, Ethan Page versus Ricky Starks one day, and it'll draw a better rating than a Dynamite or something. And they're like, they're going to do that. So madness. Let's play this clip. I'm going to get fucking, wiped for it. Fucking WWE, shout out WWE, but it is what it is. Here's how NXT ended after Ricky Starks won the North American title from Shawn Spears, short-lived reign, and jumbling around a bunch. WWE jumbling around a bunch of titles right before Mania, keeping us on our toes. But let's list them. Takes the belt, and just amazing because Paige was just an NXT champ. So it makes so much sense, man. It's just elevating these belts, making them so meaningful. NXT, they figured out how to bring in guys from these other companies, make them like feel important or fit them in the place that they should be, and then they push their homegrown guys more, though, like they figure out a way to get their homegrown guys sort of up above these AEW guys while not being like these guys are complete shit. It's amazing. It's just great booking. Show goes off the... Yeah, and in the chat, Julia wasn't hurt. She was written, it was a visa issue that got figured out, so then she just came right back or whatever, but they thought it was going to take a minute, or just in case, you don't want to bank on that, so you just go with Vaquer. Plus, Julia's going to get fast-tracked to the main roster, too. I'm fucking telling you, there's no way. that they don't. There's just too much good women's talent, and they're so good. They're so good. Anyways, moving along. So WWE has started replacing certain chants. We covered this, right? They're doing it to more and more events, I believe, right? But Triple H says Netflix has no input on WWE's creative. He says, we create the superstars. We create the storylines. We do all of that. And the world watches. Netflix only decides how long the show is when we go off air or what time we are on air, just like other live events. As far as the content of the shows, someone doesn't tell the NFL how football's played. They distribute our product. He somehow becomes Lemmy, right? He becomes the guy who sings his theme song. When we were kids, we all thought Triple H sang his own theme, right? So here's some fun, obscure stuff. Nobody really, I don't know. I mean, it got almost 1 million fucking impressions, but I don't think anybody really talks about it on the shows. But, you know, this person here, Ash Looney Luna, says, this is how I find out Cora Jade broke up with her boyfriend and he's now dating Thea Hale. Cry, cry, cry emoji, right? And so people are going crazy about this, and I guess people are saying Cora Jade's so messy, she's dated like 3 guys from the Performance Center, and they've all gone on to date other people like in NXT and around whatever. So just some real life drama to keep an eye on. Maybe they keep Thea and fucking Cora apart, who knows? But yeah, I guess here's the tea. Here's the hot goss about Cora. She's dating around, and I guess her boyfriends go on to then date. I'm trying to think of the other ones, guys. Okay, I'm not good at keeping up with who's dating who and all the, you know, real world stuff. But either way, dude, something to keep an eye on. Maybe a shoot breaks out. Maybe they're working marks. Who knows? WWE Raw hit its highest U.S. ranking on Netflix since the post-Royal Rumble show for last week's episode, despite the views being down slightly from the prior week. Raw on 3/24/25 averaged 3 million viewers for the week, down 3% from the prior week. God, I just fucking could go to sleep with listening to this shit. With 5.6 million hours viewed per Netflix data. It's important, though. Down 3%. Raw ranked number 3 in the U.S. on Netflix for the week. And see, he's saying for the fucking week. So he could be like number 1 on the day, but number 3 for the week, you know? Which is important, and that's super good. That's like insanely good, guys. And on April 1st, well, starting now, India now has Netflix, WWE on Netflix. So, you know, India accounts for like all the social media hits. Dude, it's going to add like an extra millions onto it, I believe. But anyways, and we haven't had their first show yet. I think this SmackDown India will be able to watch on Netflix. So, and I don't know what the India Netflix numbers are, but these are the fucking games we got to play when Dave and Bethel are fucking doing all this stuff. And it's not to own anyone. It's just like, well, okay, you guys are lying. Here's why. You know, Raj at least just tries to be as objective as possible, at least in my mind. So it ranked number 4 globally. That's insane. It was the 4th week in a row that Raw hit 3 million viewers or more. So crushing. Here's Saraya. And I put this in WWE news because she tells a story about WWE Divas where she got into a shoot fight and then it wasn't aired on Divas. So they staged one. No, she doesn't say this, but at one point there's like a staged fight with Moxley and Renee Paquette to make Moxley seem unhinged, pal. But it was completely staged, you could tell. And here's like a real one they cut out, which lends to my fucking theory that the Moxley one was staged back in the day. But yeah, let's take a listen. And Saraya, you gotta, and then they're all saying AKA Paige, FKA Paige. We've always called her that, but she's got to come back to WWE. No, just get her Hall of Fame induction and shit. Host shows. She could like host Greatest Moments instead of Michael Cole or something. You know, like it's so easy, or just put her there with Michael Cole or whatever. It's so easy to figure out. She is someone who trends, like not in the A-list mainstream, but just anything happens to her, TMZ reports on it. Everyone jumps on it. She's had movies made about her life. Like she's a well-known person. Okay. So Let's hear what she has to say, though, about this fight, this shoot fight, pal. And I think this is her podcast as well. Okay, so shout out whatever her podcast is called. I don't know.
And there was a scene that didn't air because I got in like a physical fight over her. I headbutted this chick because I was younger and I was like out of my fucking mind. But we were at like Fandango's house party. And this girl came over and she was just drunk and like she was just trying to make everything about her.
Dirty Johnny Curtis throwing bangers.
You know, she was just one of those people. Anyway, she calls Natty the N-bomb. And I was like, what the fuck? And then she starts like talking a bunch of shit.
Calls Natty the N-bomb. So she dropped an N-bomb on Natty Neidhart. That's crazy.
To her. And I was just like, nah, fuck.
The whitest lady. Natty's blonde hair, blue eyes, white, Canadian. Like, you know. Calls her the N-bomb. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
This and I was just like, what's your problem? And I had like a snapback on and she just like smacks the back of it and knocks it off. And I was like, and I got so mad and then I just headbutted her and I'm like on the floor just fucking going off on her.
The cameras are rolling on this?
Yeah, they wanted it. WWE did not want to post that, but I was like going off on her. And then her boyfriend come running in towards me and like one of the producers, Annie, like grabs him, scoots. She's a big girl.
Annie, you okay? You okay? You okay, Annie?
She scoops him up on her shoulder and like rushes him out at the fucking apartment. And then I'm dragging this girl and I'm like fucking shoving her face in the carpet like she pissed, like she's a dog.
Fuck yeah, dude. I like this pod. I'm going to start listening to it. I like Saray. I'm a fucking big fan. I always have been.
Dog, you know, it's just like, you stupid bitch. Like, how dare you fucking.
It's her and Emma that got me into NXT and like Bo Dallas, Pac. You know, he was Neville, right? And it was like that era. Like, and then Sammy came in, Kevin Owens. Like, it was that era where I was like, "Holy shit, this is a thing!" And that's when I originally got into NXT, like back then. And it was Paige and fucking Emma matches. I remember, dude. Someone sent me their match and was like, "Dude, a Paige and Emma match," and I was like, what the fuck is this? You know, I gotta watch this.
Can talk to us like that. It was like, but yeah, we could not put that on air. Especially
Emma was so over with me. Vince fucked Emma up too. She would have been so much better if it wasn't like, okay, you and what's that guy's name? That Rose guy, and then fucking No Way Jose all hanging out. You guys are all just the same gimmick, but different times. You all hang out together, right?
Especially because it was like my first episode and I'm physically beating somebody up. Yeah, it was crazy. I just remember it was wild. And she broke my sandals. I was like wearing sandals. Yeah, we wore sandals. Fucking hell. But I had like these sandals that I really liked. And like she like while I was beating her up, like snapped. And so I was like shoeless. I was like, this bitch. But like, and then the producer's like, we need to get out of here, you know? So we like fucking, they got me in a car and got me out of there. And
that's awesome. Sounds like the Jersey Shore. No, I'm going to listen to her pod more. If that's how she's talking, she ain't fucking pulling no punches. I like it. Bret Hart weighed in on the changes he's seen in WWE after Vince McMahon's departure. So he says, I feel that as great as Vince McMahon was as far as ideas and imagination, in a lot of ways, there's nobody like him. At the same time, I feel like that he kind of governed things in a shady way. He didn't care necessarily about the craft. I think there's a little more integrity right now. The guys that are being pushed because they're talented and not because they're Vince's favorites. They're Triple H's favorites, pal. Big difference. Bret goes, I always thought the fact that of what he did to me. I like to think I was his greatest artist, and in the end, I didn't even matter. I was just another get rid of him. Boom. He's done. I think as much greatness as Vince brought to wrestling, he also brought a lot of negative, kind of corrupted thinking to it. Yeah. And so that's why you called him out for it. Breaking, former AEW star Miro Rusev has reportedly signed with WWE and has been at WWE HQ in Stanford today to set the stage for his return. CJ Perry, Lana, was reportedly not with him at WWE HQ, with no word on whether she'll also be returning. I don't know, man. If she does, they'll make her. I think she has an OF and stuff like that. I don't think she'll be able to have that. Just that platform, you know, because it's like a corn, it's a corn platform, you know what I'm saying? And realistically is you can never change that. I don't care how many fucking TikTokers do cooking shows, or how many, I know, let's get Whitney Cummings to do a roast on OF. It's never going to work. Like, it just is what it is, right? So she might have to close that. Also, the pair of them might be more money together. I say bring them in together, though. I think they just work better as a pair. Than Miro doesn't have to talk that much. And yeah, who knows? Maybe the Mania or the Mania after Mania. The fuck, dummy. Maybe the Raw after Mania, because we're getting Alistair back on the SmackDown after Mania. Maybe they're going to play vignettes and it doesn't happen until the pay-per-view. I'm cool with whatever, but it's good that Miro's back. I didn't think he was going to come back. I thought he'd stay out for a while longer and just, I was saying, man, hey, if he can get matches in Qatar and all this shit, just get the bags, man. But yeah, he'll do well in WWE and they'll use him properly again. Don't forget who this guy was, at his peak. And yeah, I can't wait to see him back. Again, I'm a big fan of Miro. Always have been, always will be. I'm not a fan of how he was booked in WWE, but it's Rusev Day every day over here. Chelsea Green. Let me read super chats and check in with chat, then we'll get into this because we got some fucking drama to get into here. Ray J's World for 5 says Zeta Steele was on Evolve tonight. Hell yeah, I gotta watch that too. She did good even though she lost to Brinley Reese. I'm now a big Zeta Steele fan. Wow. Yeah, she's tremendous. She's one of these ladies you'll be seeing in NXT in no time. Before there was even WWE ID, she was in and out of the Performance Center there a little bit. They got their eyes on her. I've got my eyes on you because you're mine. But yeah, she's really, really, really good shit. And I can't wait to check her out on Evolve. I do like Evolve, dude. You just throw it on in the background, whatever, you creep over, some of these kids are pretty fucking impressive over there, Derek Brooks for 2, except for who the fuck did they name as the GM? I'm like, what the fuck, man? That's terrible. Just make it that like Crucifino guy, or just make it one of these. It's just like another one of the wrestlers, is a GM of Evolve. It's like, no, man, where's William Regal? You got all these guys, man. Like, and I get it. Some of them might not want to work or whatever, but come on, give us one of these fucking faces. You got Hurricane, you got Abyss back there. Make Abyss the GM, maybe it takes time away from his duties on Raw and shit, but one of these people, like fucking Petey Williams works there, does he not? Or does he work in AEW? I forget, but it's like, if you got Petey, isn't he like an indie darling, bro? Put him back there doing Evolve. So it just seems weird that they go with some girl, but this is why they're doing that, because they're looking at her and they're going, well, we're going to get more longevity out of her being a talker and possibly a ring announcer, a manager, a GM down the line than we are going to get. Or maybe she's hurt right now and we can do this for her because she's great at talking. So they understand what's going on better than I do. But when I'm all enthralled in the Evolve storylines now. I'm like, what the fuck? What are they? It's been like 3 weeks. It doesn't really matter, I know, but that's what we do here. We bitch and complain. Derek Brooks for 2 says Booker T just clapped back at Vlad. Let's go. Yeah. Where? When did he clap back at Vlad? Someone tag me in it or something like that, or maybe we'll cover it on the next show. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says time to make my move. Cora is single, dude. You fucking, of course. Oh man, of course.
Emotional damage.
Lincoln Hawk, man. Christopher Miller for 5 says AEW plans for Dave's fake stars. You're right. Sorry, I was like, wait, what are you talking about? AEW plans for Dave's fake stars. WWE is planning for the next 10 plus years. Boom, nailed it. At least 5, right? Think about all the future main events for WWE. Exactly. So, I mean, WWE, maybe they're reeling it in a bit more now, but these dirt sheet freakazoids fucking ruin it for them. They ruin it for them all the time. And that's the lesson you should learn from earlier in the show and all the stuff we covered, right? Here we go. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says, hi, Phil. You and the PWT universe give me a lot of joy every time you do a live show. Fuck yeah, dude. You give me joy when you listen and when you super chat in, and you make it all feel worthwhile. You guys are here. There's been like 500 watching throughout across YouTube and X. We're live on X. Next show, we're going to be on Twitch as well as YouTube. So come to the YouTube. If you guys are on X, make sure you come over, youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes. @ProWrestleClips is my other channel. That's the main channel. And make sure you guys lock in there. YouTube is where it's at. It's where you can get involved in our polls and all of that too. I post on there, and I have fun videos and shit. If you guys like other videos, not just podcast stuff, there's like funny music videos and stuff. I make things like that. Anyways, though, moving along. Okay, I think I covered those. I'm going to check in with chat as well. Lincoln, Chris, yeah, she was good at NXT UK. The GM for Evolve is Stevie Turner. That's it. Okay, so she's Ava's assistant on NXT. You just sold it to me, Travis Pancoast. You just sold the game right there. See, that's a little thing because there's so many new people on Evolve. It's legit hard to remember all these people's names now because there's already a handful on NXT I'm like unsure about. I mix up, and then you add Evolve on top, and now I'm like, fuck, and I know we cover them all on the show, but it's real hard, dude. Stevie Turner, thank you. I just know she's married to one of the Pretty Deadly guys. Okay, there you go. Back at you, friendo. When the replay is up, please listen to the earlier part of the show. Phil, Awful, and Joey. It was fucking legendary. It really, really was. Whoever's in here. What's her face? Oh. Let's see. I'm scrolling up. Rusev should be in NXT to feud with Oba. Disagree. He's got to be brought back and built as like a guy that could take out Jacob or Solo or one of these heavy hitters. Yeah, I have no idea. You guys are talking about the time in London. Thank you. If you're here from Europe, all around the world, you could be anywhere in the world. You're here with me. Round of applause for the PWT Universe. Guys are absolutely goated. Okay. So let's get back to news. Chelsea Green. She gets into it with Val Venus. Okay. Val Venus, one of these guys, he, flies off the rails and tags wrestlers and shit, and so he writes this whole thing here. Okay. Canadian, by the way, both Canadians, like Val Venus and Chelsea Green are both, I think, from the same fucking town, so maybe that's why he's tagging her. I don't know, but I think they are from the same, at least, province or whatever. Buddy, a boot, apparently South Park in the new season that's coming out, there's like an episode where they're going to wage war on Canada again or whatever, so I can't wait for that, buddy. Professional wrestlers. So Val Venus is like, professional wrestlers are entertainers, ladies, first and foremost. However, when entertainers step beyond their role in the entertainment industry to engage in political discourse, it highlights a troubling cultural trend. The expectation that everyday people should blindly align with the political stances of boob tube celebrities without any due process scrutiny. No, I don't know, man. I think that's why social media exists. So you can be like, nah, I disagree or I agree with them. And they're fucking celebrities, bro. And yes, they get bought and paid for. Like everyone gets bought and paid for. Fucking gas companies get bought and paid for. You know what I mean, bro? It's just, that's just where the big money's at. People, I mean, come on. It's just, why do you give? Aren't you like an entertainer? You know what I mean? So anyways, like, is it cringe when celebrities get involved in politics? Yeah, fuck yeah. It's cringe when anybody does. It's like a private fucking thing, I feel like, that people just want to blurb about and argue about all the time online. So he goes, even more concerning is the tendency to vilify dissenters with labels like transphobic or bigot, or as I'm Chelsea Green called me, hateful. This uncritical idolization of celebrity opinions. So Chelsea Green called him hateful? I didn't see that. Opinions is not just irrational. It takes a nuke to the foundation of any meaningful dialogue and critical thinking. My political positions are always open for scrutiny. Republicans regularly challenge my positions. Libertarians challenge my positions. And even anarchists challenge my positions. Leftists, however, do not challenge my positions. They instantly throw the labels of hateful, bigot, and anything phobic at the reputation of anyone who dare challenge their insane positions. Right? I mean, dude, that goes both ways. Let's be honest. Like, it is what it is. And yes, there's always a section of sickos who are just going to hurl the fucking easiest thing to hurl at people. But when all you fucking do is harp on this shit, bro, it's like, You know, what do you expect people are going to think or say to you, Val? Jesus Christ, man, have some fucking like self-awareness here. But Chelsea Green says, Val, I've been holding back from responding with the same level of hostility you've shown. And here's the thing. You keep tagging me. Why isn't he tagging Finn Balor or Damian Priest or some of these other people who have made it very clear that they stand up for LGBTQ? Why the fuck isn't he tagging any of them? He's going after Chelsea. Do you have a boner for her, Val? Or, you know, like, it's like, bro, what is it? Like, is it because you're from the same province or something? Like, you know, why don't you take Finn Balor then? Right? Because it seems like they're arguing over the LGB, as Chelsea's about to say. It's like, why don't you tag other AJ Francis, who's in big support of that? Like, why? You know what I mean? Why are you going after a girl, bro? I don't know. It's lame. But since you keep tagging me, I'll say this and I won't be responding to again, rather. I'm Canadian. I can't even vote. So that's funny because she's the US champ too. So it's like, this could even be in gimmick kind of, and it works. But she goes, I can't even vote. So when I speak about human rights, I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about equality. Although I am sure you would love to take this time to further push your political agenda, I will continue to push for the LGBTQ plus community with my cis privilege. With my cis privilege. What does that even mean? Guys, we're all privileged. If you're born in the Americas, you're fucking privileged, okay? Like, we got to stop with this shit, okay? Everyone's good, okay? If you're born in the Americas, bro, you know, it's like, fuck, you got it so good. Anyways, I will continue. Anyways, though, it is the least I can do. End of discussion. Yeah, but she's just like, dude, I support what I support. Fuck you. I'm not making it political. I'm just talking about what I feel about human rights and shit. I don't know, man. It's just, if he's going to keep poking at her, I think she responded and she clapped back in a very slay way. It's giving, yeah, that was a good fucking clap back. Stayed classy and profesh. You know what I mean? Even ended it with a little heart there. So shout out Chelsea Green. We'll circle back to that. So the untold story of WWE WrestleMania, the one that changed it all, 1X, right? What is 1X, folks? WrestleMania 9 or whatever the fuck? I'm not good at Roman numerals. I don't know. 1X in Roman numerales. And I don't remember. I always call this one 10. Yeah, it's 9, like I thought. For me, growing up, like, for the longest time, whenever I thought of 9, I thought of 10. I conflated the two until like my adult years, you know, where I could go back and, you know, the WWE network and shit. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you mesh this shit together as you age. But anyways, though, 9 widely considered like one of the worst manias, right? A lot of people would say that. No, at least that's my version of it growing up my whole life. But yeah, Becoming a Spectacle is streaming on Peacock on April 11th. So that should be really cool. And it's awesome that WWE's giving little documentaries like this to Peacock as well, like switching up giving us a variety of content, you know? I like it. So, yeah, the one that changed it all. So good stuff. And I'll definitely check that out. So Neckbeard says the tribalism needs to stop. Enjoy all wrestling. Here's the time. And guys, to conclude WWE news, it's Wednesday. You know what that means. Let's check in with our girl, future GOAT, future WWE WrestleMania main eventer, future WWE Women's Champion, all the gold, 50 belts, Ren. Here is Ren with a very special Wednesday for us.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Sorry Tavion's not here. Charles said that I needed to leave him alone so he could focus on his match that he had yesterday, which he won. But maybe next week. Let's get into the questions. Number 1, favorite match since joining NXT? Eyes emoji. My favorite match is probably the second day of the Great American Bash last year when I beat Kendall Gray, and there started the formation of the Ren QCC. Next question.
She's fucking good, dude.
My favorite.
Just the look she gives, that shit pops.
On NXT, Ren. Do you have a favorite sports team? The Savannah Bananas. Have you seen them? If you haven't, look them up. Question number.
The Savannah Banana. Bro, she's so funny. This shit pops me every time. Every Wednesday, it's Wednesday here at PWT. And every day is also Rusev Day. So there's an overlap. I know, guys. Right? It's like a double holiday, right? It's my religious beliefs. Don't blame me. Hey,
Shoot. Have you ever been asking a question?
Her little meme edits at the end. She's amazing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. Round of applause for WWE News. Okay, guys, this has been a hell of a long one. So what we're going to do is I want to see flutes in the goddamn chat, because we are going to do a Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week. It might be a little brief. It might not. It depends how I'm feeling. But basically, we need flutes in the chat. Here we go. And I'm going to check in with chat, by the way, as well, because we got some Dave here and some Brian, and we'll do light news next time or whatever. Saturday is going to be awesome. Flute gate, flutes in the chat. We need lots. Toots for Dave. Yeah, we need lots of flutes. I see all the flutes. That's what I love to see. Dunn did what now? PWT is multi-denomination with Wednesday and Rusev Day, both being observed equally. I fucking love that, dude. That is the greatest comment ever. We're secular as fuck with Rusev Day and Wednesday. Absolutely. It's we just do what we can. We just got to remember to give thanks. Okay. We're blessed. We're truly blessed. Flutes in the chat. And guys, we fucking, wow, we crushed out the likes. Okay, so no Jericho. I'm not going to bombard you guys with Jericho. But yes, a babillion flutes. I love to see it, because it is time for everybody's favorite moment. And we had a little preview of it earlier, but it is time for Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Yes. So again, we covered it earlier. F4W's pushing more fake AEW Dynamite Max numbers in their fucking chat, where they don't think anybody will screen grab it or anybody can call them on their fucking shit. But they keep doing this, right? So we covered it before. F4W online during their live chat, man, they're confirming, yes, close to 1 million with Max. Like, who's confirming that? And they think nobody's going to catch it. And then this is what BJ Bethel runs with. This is what all these idiots run with. It's fucking stupid. It's not based in realities. They're dummies.
Dummy, yeah.
We move along. We read this earlier as well, right? Meltzer said what? Bookmarking all of the times where Wrestling Observer's like, bro, there's no fucking way anybody even, Dave's like, there's no fathomable way anyone even has a fucking clue what the numbers are, Brian. But then they're out here claiming it's close to 1 million. It's bullshit. If Dave's saying that and he was saying 30%, then 80% is clearly bullshit. So we have a video of Dave and Brian fucking coping over the first match. All they can do is cope. The first match being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. We're going to get to that Saturday, I promise, okay? But in kayfabe news, and I saw Killer Kelly, friend of the show, reposted this, and she was laughing at it, and so I thought this was funny. Kayfabe news, WWE leadership under fire after adding Dave Meltzer to top secret WrestleMania planning signal chat. Well, the best guys, Hunter Hearst, Paul Levesque. So kayfabe news doing their thing. Hilarious. So let's take a look at this. I think this is from Botchamania. Okay. And so it's funny because AEW Botch is not allowed to exist. Botchamania, all cool with everyone. Weird how that works. But Triple H's thoughts, friend of the show, posts this. And he says, these are the actual professionals in the company. Let's take a look.
I must talk about FTR versus Undisputed. This was the funniest fucking match I've watched in absolutely forever. But Roderick Strong and Cash Wheeler get in together. They fucked up like 5 sequential spots in a row. Like they're supposed to be an over.
Trying Brian, man. He's fucking trying. Like he's using his time away from Dave to fucking, you know, like spit the truth here a little bit.
Run into the corner. They fuck it up. Then there's a leapfrog spot, and they fuck.
FTR don't wrestle enough to be as good as they once were, and they used to plan out all of their matches in the PC when they were really, truly cooking. That's all I'll say.
Fuck it up. And Roddy just knees this guy right in the head. And then they go for a boot spot, and they fuck that up. We're now at 3. Roddy gets sent into the corner, and he appears
where the best wrestle, Brian.
To accidentally headbutt Dax in the nose.
What does Bret Hart do? Oh, Dax only copies his spots. We're the best wrestle in this match, but Bret Hart's not right, Brian.
Dax grabs his face like shit. And then he asks for a tag, and Cash is like, nope. Cash is like determined. We're going to make this right. Daniel Garcia is out there saying, Roddy tries to low bridge Cash. The fucking ref is standing right in the way.
And that's the bet. I don't even put that on the ref. That's on these fucking FTR dudes, man. And I like FTR, bro. But here's the thing. That's the best ref in AEW. I think his name's Stephon Smith. That's the best ref in AEW. So fuck around. It was his fault. What are you talking about? These guys are bumble fucking around. It wasn't the ref's fault a minute before. What the fuck is Cash doing? These guys are on the ground. Cash is just running in. Oh, it's a tornado tag now. What?
Spot gets fucked up. And then this is an all-timer. Cash fucking hits the ropes and he realizes, shit, I'm on the wrong side. So he decides, all right, I'm gonna hit the other ropes. Everything will be fine. So he hits the ropes and he goes to hit the other ropes. But as he's running, Dax realizes, shit, he's on the wrong side. So now Dax turns around. So now Cash is on the wrong side again. So Cash goes, fuck, I got to keep running. So he keeps running. And now Dax in the middle is like he's pirouetting in a circle. Where's this guy at? All right, he's going to be here next.
Oh, my God. And Dave will give it 7 stars. This is like when Dave wrote, we covered it on the last show. Meltzer writes that, like he does a write-up about, you know, that triple threat with Hologram and Gravity and Blake Christian and this guy. And then, you know, he's like putting over, there was this spot, a tope, a plancha, a flip, a poison rana. And then you look at the clip and Blake Christian and dude are botching a poison rana on the apron worse than fucking Rhea Ripley and Io Sky on Raw. It's so ridiculous, man. That's just sloppy shop. And FTR they don't work all the time, man. They're not like they're, you know, again, I feel like they're great with the opponents when they have good opponents. They're like a Monet to me, you know, they're great when they have really great opponents.
Was fucking dying. As Daniel Garcia is talking about, they always know where each other is in the ring at all times. You couldn't.
Oh, and that goober with the worst voice. Daniel Garcia. I talk like this. You mean me, bro? He's fucking like half Russo in there. I'm a great Westmore. It's like, bro, what the fuck? The worst talker ever's on commentary for this. Talking about, oh, they're the best tag team.
Write better comedy than what we saw here. They cut to the announcers, and Nigel is watching the monitor, and he is fucking crying with laughter.
Shabani's hiding his fucking smile, dude. It's all a joke over there. It's just playtime.
He's like, had to mute himself. He's just looking at this thing, and he's laughing his ass off, and they go to break. When they came back, like everything was fine.
Yes.
They got back on the same page.
And then I saw like Meltzer or someone said, they're like, yeah, well, the match was great once they got back on course. It was a fantastic match. And it's like, no, now you're like sectioning it into, well, this first half of the match was good. And then the last half. And like, you're allowed to do that, but that can't be like, but the match was good when they got it together. Okay, but overall, all that shit happened and it was bad. And this guy broke his fucking nose, maybe, you know? Completely ridiculous. We have a clip for all the Muppets in the back from the goat. Meltzer said what? Shout out the Muppets and the goats in the back. Where's my fucking goat sound? Meltzer said what? Says Dynamite Dave. Here's a quote. Believe me, no one knows what the max numbers are. Let's listen. We covered this before.
The streaming number, The problem with the streaming number here is that first, nobody knows. It's like these numbers are under lock and key. I mean, it's like I've seen people go like, well, if the numbers were bad, you would hear about it because Nick Khan would get the news out. And it's like,
listen to this. It's always conspiracies with these fucking people, dude. Oh, well, if it was bad, Nick Khan would fucking make sure it got leaked somehow. That's what they're riding off of, man. Conspiracies and fake invisible numbers. That's what they're going off of. It's crazy. It's actually nuts when you think about it.
It's like, well, that's true.
Well, that's true. How? So, like, how do you not get sued for implying that Nick Khan is... So, are you implying Nick Khan fucking is leaking out news and all this type of shit? Like, how the fuck, Dave, you got to watch what you say. Well, that's true. Nick Khan would just talk to people and get numbers leaked out to fucking bury AEW and all this shit. What are you talking about? This is so crazy.
Know them. I mean, believe me, no one knows them. AEW doesn't know them. They have an idea, but they don't know them.
So not even AEW knows them. So Tony's like, how could I tout them? I don't know them. So then how does BJ Bethel know them? You guys, these guys are fucking clown shoes, man. Constantly and forever, So Dave Meltzer, though, he has this to say, which I thought this was adorable. And so, this AEW, this guy created an account. He's like, AEW 1 mil plus weekly at AEW excrement. He's like, Dave, there's a narrative that is being peddled that if the max numbers were good, that Tony would be sharing them. It's not up to Tony to share. What are your thoughts? Yeah, it is up to Tony to share if he knows what they are. He's allowed to or not to. It's a private company. You fucking moron. So this guy's an idiot. And then Dave goes, across all genres, those who do television series on Max complain about how they never get numbers. Right. Yep. But we can look at the Nielsen, what you guys are talking about, and just go, your math isn't mathing. They complain nobody gets the numbers. Okay. Nobody on that shit is doing Netflix numbers for their television series and shit. They're just not. Maybe one odd one that you'd have to show me. Okay. But the problem, Dave, is that we look at the Nielsen chart. We pulled it up before, okay? And it's just their cut of the fucking market share even won't put them in the numbers you guys are saying. So he goes, this is not a wrestling thing nor a sports thing. Well, yeah, Dave, because you were told by TNT TBS that they're not a fucking sport recently. So now you got to backpedal on that. So Dave responds to Max Worrell, who's like, I'm constantly wondering why regular fans seem to be so obsessed with these numbers. It's because Dave and Tony Khan are. It's because Dave and Tony Khan were so obsessed with them in the beginning, and now they don't want to be when it doesn't favor them. If AEW is in more homes because of streaming, that's good for wrestling. Yeah, I agree, unless you want to make the argument that AEW is hurting wrestling. Then, okay, So this guy goes, Dave Meltzer goes, there are a vocal group of people fueled by out-of-touch people who predicted the doom of AEW. This is pure projection. Dave Meltzer is fueling his group of people, and he blocks anyone who doesn't agree with him. He's in a bubble. Okay. So he's out of touch, because how could you be in touch if you're purposefully blocking out a bunch of people and then saying they're all out of touch? How could you know what in touch is? You're out of touch. And so that's what Dave's doing, hoping that WWE will demise. Okay. He's been preying on their downfall the whole time. So he's projecting onto other people all they've been saying, AEW's going to die. And so he says, any facts that contradict that view lead them to short circuit. Dave has short circuited more than anybody the last 2 years, as we've covered on the show. In fairness, there are AEW hardcore fans who get upset at reporting real issues like attendance drops and massive 18 to 34 drops. But this week was the ones getting mad were doing so because they were so convinced of money losses and death. And the fact indicates otherwise. There's no fact, Dave. You're literally still just lying. There's been no facts presented anywhere. No one's obsessed with death. He thinks he has one over like Bischoff. This is when he goes like the death of AEW. He's talking to Awful Wrestling, and he's talking and Awful. I mean it, literally awful. Dave knows. He knows about flutes. Someone, TK fan or whoever is out there who still isn't blocked by Dave, just be extra nice to him. And on behalf of PWT, say, what's with the flutes, Dave? Like, there's always flutes. Is that like a new what's like this flute thing. He'll be forced to respond.
Liar!
Coming, okay? You'll have to lie about it.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
But he's literally responding to the awfuls and stuff like that, right? And so, yeah, I don't know. Dave is just coping here, and why does he care? Why is he so defensive? And then Gilberti poses the greatest questions. He's like, okay, because this is the thing that needs to be pointed out. Everybody who watches Vince Russo or Keeping It 100 or my show or Jim Cornette's show, we don't all agree. We don't all agree on everything all the time. Like the listeners of all these shows don't all agree with JD and me and Top 10 Wrestling, and Top 10 Wrestling fucking blocked me on Twitter at some point. I don't even know. I used to be sub to his shit. I'm going to unsub now. But like his audience watches my videos. I can see it in the analytics. So it's crazy. Like he's a secret. I don't know. He hates me because I point out I'm objective about everything. Not everybody who crosses. People aren't babies. They'll listen to shit they disagree with. Like for real, man. It's crazy. Like I don't know what everyone thinks. Everyone's in a bubble. It's the bubble paradox. Like they think it's normal to operate in a bubble. Dave Meltzer and these folks like this. They think it's normal to put yourself in a fucking social media bubble where only thoughts and ideas that you hear and you want to see that validate your preconceived notions and, you know, and your biases and shit. They think that's normal now. It's not, bro. That's not a normal fucking thing. So Disco's like, who are you talking about specifically? You keep repeating this, but you haven't said who these people are. You are a supposed journalist, yet you are extremely vague, which is a characteristic of dishonesty. Boom. That's what we're talking about. We don't care. You don't have to name, John Johnson said the numbers were. You don't have to dox the guy who works at WBD, but say people who work there said this. I asked CEO whatever. I talked to numbers analyst, whatever the fuck. Like name names, bro. Stop being so fucking vague and goofy all the time. And I wrote about this. I said projection of the highest order. Dave Meltzer is describing himself to a T, which is why he can't specifically say what specific. And I keep saying specific. Vocal group of people, Jim Cornette, audience, K100, etc. They don't all agree on everything. The majority of, and here's the other thing, the majority of WWE fans don't give a fuck about Meltzer, AEW, or Tony Khan. So who is he referring to if this isn't projection? Like, who's he talking about? Because it doesn't apply or stick to anyone else. Just fucking Meltzer and his gaggle of sickos, okay? So I got this DM from someone who sends me the screen grab, and they go 29-minute mark. GG is saying they forced Dave. They had to. This is your streaming expert, guys, and we'll end on this, okay? This is your fucking streaming expert, Dave Meltzer here, okay? The guy who sits there and claims, oh, no, you know, Dave Meltzer recently claimed this. He's like, no, he quadrupled down on this, right? I fucking rate matches high that I don't even like, depending on how the crowds moved, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, his own employees are like, dude, when Dave's watching these New Japan matches, he's jumping up and down like a fucking girl, like a kid with keys being jingled in front of them. Right? And then if that's the case, then if it's based on how the crowd moves, Brian, then why isn't The Rock Hogan the greatest fucking match ever in Dave Meltzer's book? You guys know what I'm saying? Like, why doesn't he consider that the greatest wrestling match of all time, is the hottest crowd ever? You know, but instead to him, it's like Will Ospreay and shit. So you know he's lying about that. But here's Dave again. So they say it on the show, right? Gigi is saying that they forced Dave to buy Apple TV so he could watch Raw on Netflix. This is your objective streaming fucking guy who didn't even send out one tweet during Raw on Netflix, whose co-host tried to say, well, you know, Try and Brian there, right? Was like, well, Dave, you know, the whole reason we started this show is because fucking Monday Night Wrestling, and now there's wrestling on Monday nights on Netflix, and it's off cable. It's the craziest thing ever. And then Dave's like, yeah, well, you know, CMLL had a great show. CMLL put on a great show, Brian, this weekend. So, dude, they had to force Dave to buy Apple TV so he could watch Raw on Netflix. He just wanted to have direct TV and cable. That's all he wanted to have. He didn't want to have to get fucking Apple TV. LOL, this is the greatest streaming insider lecturing us about this shit. Okay, guys, and that's why Dave gets forever clown. That's why he's forever my fool, my ultimate fool. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I love you all. Here, Cash Monet for 2 says, we're the best Rettle. Yeah, exactly. We're the best Rettle, right? Call back to fucking BJ Bethel's stupid ass article. Thank you, man. I love you all. Thank you all for so much. Thank you all for being here so much. Jesus, I'm tired if you guys can't tell. It's been a long one. I laughed my ass off literally till my cheeks and jaw were fucking hurting like Dave Meltzer reviewing a fucking Ospreay Kenny Omega match. I was just laughing ear to ear, man. A hilarious time. What an amazing show. Awful Wrestling was here at Awful Wrestling. Toon Wrestling on YouTube. Toonie Talk. Check in with them. Make sure you check in with Wrestling Soup on YouTube and their Discord. Make sure you check out at Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Clips on YouTube, at Phil Marks Out on YouTube. I have a Patreon as well, 99 cents if you want to become a member and support. Thank you. We had like 500 people watch, almost 600 watching at some points, I think, across all platforms. So thank you. We're going to be on Twitch on Saturday. I'm going to do a great show for you guys, jam-packed with news as well, because we didn't even get through everything, okay? There's still like sickos. It's going to be a sicko Saturday, okay, as it's come to be known. I love you all. Have a good time. I'm going to link up with Plinian over Twitch tips and all that. We're going to Twitch tips over there, right? I really appreciate you all. Thank you all for being here. And it's on Becca, on God, B3CCA, forever, bitch. We're about to get vile up in here. I love you all. Be good to each other. Take care of each other. Hug each other. Drink lots of water. And until Saturday night, and I'll do a member stream actually tomorrow or the next day for like an hour. Ask Phil anything. Become a member, okay? I bid you adieu, and I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
Stuck a bitch. About to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! In the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her tens. They say, Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey, Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs. I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day.
What do we got? Super Dave, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony Khan has Camille and Megan Bain sitting at home being paid since 2023 for nothing. Come on now. It's not going to be the pod calling some kettle black on that one. Truth is the truth. Vacker was more over than Monet. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading slow. Vacker was more over than Monet and is going to the big times. Absolutely. And I said that. I think I covered that show. In fact, I know we did. And I pointed out, I'm going to go back and listen to my own comments. But I did make a mental note. And I think I did point out that I thought she looked really good because I'd never seen her before. And now that you pointed out, I don't want to say she looked better than Mercedes, but I think the expectation was a little higher for Mercedes, obviously. And perhaps Stephanie exceeded hers and perhaps Mercedes didn't. That's my take on it.
Dwarf Mamba that